From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
All right, these are the stories we are following this morning. President Trump signed the bill to release the files connected to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. When we can expect those documents to be made public, coming up.
Well, happening tomorrow, Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani will meet face-to-face with President Trump. It's expected to happen in Washington, one of his fiercest critics. What we know about that first meeting.
And when was the last time you stopped to smell the roses in the subway?
Never. No, not once.
A new scent pumping through parts of Grand Central as MTA partners with Bath & Body Works.
Interesting. All right, well, can't wait to talk about that one. And taking a look outside. Ooh, it looks nice. How about that? One of those deals. The sun's trying to break through. It's going to be chilly. But it's that kind of year because we're that time of the year. We're like a week away from Thanksgiving. This is just what we get, Mike. Right?
That's right. Temps are a little bit cool. We get some rain here and there, and no big deal. We even had some flakes of snow fly around the tri-state over the last week and a half or so. No major storms yet. We'll see what happens for the winter. Right now, yeah, we got a good amount of cloud cover around, but at least these clouds in particular aren't giving us the rain like we saw yesterday, so we don't have to worry about that. Slowing down the commute even more so. We've got 39 Central Park, 24 degrees in Sussex. Same thing for you, Monticello. So yes, in the higher elevations to the northwest, you're freezing. You're actually at the freezing point in White Plains, sitting at 32 degrees right now. And our temps are generally running about 5 to 10 degrees colder now than it was at the same time yesterday. And that northwest wind is coming by at around 3 to 7 miles per hour. Not that big of a deal. So let's call it a partly cloudy sky here. We're good until this cold front connects with moisture coming across the mid-Mississippi Valley area. That'll happen for you tomorrow night and bring you some shower chances then. But today, it's just kind of that mixed bag of a sky. High gets up to 49 degrees, and then your rain chances are holding out for about another day and a half. All right, I'm going to bring in Inez for another check-in on what's happening with the commute. Just got the slowdowns.
Hey there, Michael. Right now we have problems with New Jersey Transit due to Amtrak switching issues near Secaucus. Midtown Direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken. So you have the New Jersey Transit buses and private carrier buses. They're cross-honoring, as well as the PATH trains at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd Street. As for the roads, not too bad. The Gowanus, you have a nice flow there. Everything moving at the speed limit from the Belts Merge heading towards the BQE. The LA, of course, you have your delays westbound. Some slowdowns on the eastbound side by the Grand Central. And over on the Cross Bronx, a nice flow both ways. Major Deegan, some stop-and-go traffic. There was an earlier accident by 138th Street blocking that center lane. Tina and Dan, back to you.
All right, Inez, thank you so much. Well, President Trump signed the bill to release documents surrounding the investigation of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, we now know the deadline for those files will be made public at some point soon. Good Day's Robert Moses joins us with the very latest. Robert, what are you hearing over there?
Yeah, Dan and Tina, good morning to you. At 8:50 last night, we got word from President Donald Trump when he posted in all caps on Truth Social, quote, "I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files. The legislation, which is called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, requires the Attorney General to release the documents which pertain to flight logs, along with Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's death, other matters as well. Release those documents within 30 days of enactment." In his post last night on Truth Social, President Trump said Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract from our amazing victories. And he said that he had directed the Republican leaders of the House and Senate to pass the bill. Because of this request, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage, the president said. But that only tells part of the story. In reality, President Trump could have released the files on his own without an act of Congress. After opposing the release of the documents for months, he changed his position over the weekend. Now, according to the text of the bill, quote, "No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary." But here's one potential loophole. Documents can be withheld if they would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. At the president's direction, you may remember that Attorney General Pam Bondi recently announced that she's launching investigations into prominent Democrats who were connected to Epstein, including Bill Clinton, as well as former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who announced that he will be stepping away from his teaching duties at Harvard while the school investigates his ties to Epstein. Bondi could use those investigations, as well as others, in order to justify keeping some of the Epstein files from public view. Before the president signed the bill, she was asked how she will proceed.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law.
While Bondi closed the Epstein case 4 months ago, she says, quote, new information has led her to reopen it. She would not reveal what that information is. Tina and Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert.
Well, other news this morning, our other top story is politics. It is around here. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is heading down to Washington, D.C. for his first meeting with one of his strongest opponents.
The mayor-elect and the president. Yes, President Trump, they are expected to sit down in the Oval Office tomorrow. Good Day's Briella Tomasetti joins us now with the details. I was surprised it was so quick.
I was going to say the same thing. We knew it would happen. We weren't sure exactly when, and now it appears that it's happening sooner than we expected. But anyway, the long-awaited meeting between Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani and President Trump, it could set up an in-person clash between the two leaders who, for months now, have been antagonizing each other from afar. Trump announced the news in a Truth Social post last night. The president wrote, Communist Mayor of New York City, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Trump has repeatedly labeled Mamdani as a communist and predicted the ruin of his hometown if the Democratic Socialists were to be elected. He also threatened to pull federal money from the Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and became a naturalized American citizen in 2018. During his victory speech earlier this month, Mamdani said he won in New York to show the country how to defeat the president. Nonetheless, he promised to work with anyone, including Trump, if it benefited New Yorkers. A spokesperson for the mayor-elect told Fox 5 in a brief statement, as is customary for an incoming mayoral administration, the mayor-elect plans to meet with the president in Washington to discuss public safety, economic security, and the affordability agenda that over 1 million New Yorkers voted for just 2 weeks ago. And after weeks of speculation, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch has said that she'll continue to lead on the city under Mamdani's administration. Yesterday, the pair attended a memorial event in Lower Manhattan. Tisch shot down questions from reporters, while Mamdani, on the other hand, shared more details about his proposed Department of Community Safety, which would consist of mental health professionals responding to nonviolent 911 calls.
But I really want to leave politics out of today's discussion.
It's untenable for officers to be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls they receive every year. In order for police officers to be able to do their jobs, we also need to create a Department of Community Safety that will be tasked with those responsibilities.
Patrick Hendry, president of the Police Benevolent Association, was among the many who reacted to yesterday's news. Hendry said he was pleased with Mamdani's decision to keep Tisch on board, but the union boss stressed the importance of stability after high turnover in the Adams administration. He suggested that increasing pay would help the city retain more police officers. Dan and Tina, not sure how that will hold up, considering Mamdani wants to cut overtime, a lot of things that they don't quite see eye to eye on now.
So much going on before he's even sworn in and officially becomes mayor.
We'll see. Some concessions have to be made, right?
Thank you, Briella. All right. Well, the MTA has approved spending $257 million on 219 new buses.
All right, we've got some details here we want to tell you about it. The non-competitive contract with New Flyer of America was approved at a November board meeting. Critics, though, say it was done without a competitive bid process. The MTA got around that by claiming it would delay the delivery of the cars, and it needed specific design and manufacturing capabilities. New Flyer's latest bus price is over $1 million for hybrids and $905,000 for diesels. These new buses will be delivered to depots in Brooklyn, Queens, and out on Staten Island in the spring of 2027. All right, well, have you noticed a woodsy smell in the Grand Central subway station? If so, you are not imagining things.
Yes, what is that? Well, it is all part of a new holiday campaign from Bath & Body Works called Grand Central. The campaign is being used as a way to generate revenue for the transit system. Get everybody in there, take a little smell and go for a ride. The MTA is using high-tech diffusers that pump out the scent. And when we spoke to some commuters, we asked them, about what they're smelling.
Love it, yes.
Tell me, stop for 1 second. Tell me why. What is that?
Reminds me of the forest. upstate.
It's like a garden fresh
But we're
smell.
from California, so we smell all those smells all the time anyway.
Not in New York.
Yeah, not in New York.
No, it smells good.
Lemon pledge.
Oh, those Californians, they smell it all the time.
What part of California is he from? Driving around on Route 5 or Highway 5?
So if you want to do a sniff test, you only have until November 30th. This is only 10 days to go before the campaign ends. So get over to Grand Central.
It's sniffing.
Yeah, when we come back, more of your top stories, including another legal battle brewing over the future of the Elizabeth Street Garden.
Very controversial. Plus, we're taking a look outside. Mike Woods, he's going to join us with the full forecast. It looks like we should have a nice afternoon ahead. How about that forecast for Thanksgiving? We got to look. We'll be right back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop and Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stories that we are tracking today. New York Attorney General Letitia James is demanding changes to the new federal guidelines for SNAP eligibility. Under those guidelines, people who have been granted asylum or came to the U.S. as refugees or through the humanitarian parolee program are not eligible for food assistance right now. James says this violates federal law and must be reversed immediately.
Retail thefts are down across the city and state. Governor Kathy Hochul announced yesterday that shoplifting is down 13% in New York. The governor credited her administration's efforts, which includes a $40 million statewide task force in tackling the issue.
Well, developers have filed a lawsuit over Mayor Eric Adams' move to make the Elizabeth Street Garden in Soho a city park. The suit filed yesterday in Manhattan Supreme Court says the move violates city charter rules for changes to the city map. The developers are also asking for a restraining order to block the move that would halt their 123-unit senior housing project at that garden. That's become a real contention point between the mayor-elect and Mayor Eric Adams. So we'll see if that
beautiful sight,
how it plays out in court. Yeah, that's one thing everyone can agree on.
Yeah, and looking at that video there, it was from this summer, Mike. It was so green.
Wow. I know.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah, now all the leaves are pretty much down, and we're going into that little fall gloom sort of thing, but it still feels nice enough. It's letting Mother Nature's allowing us to kind of adjust to the cooler temperatures. I mean, that sunrise shot doesn't look too bad. We've got a mix of clouds and sun. Right now, probably more high clouds than anything for us here in the tri-state, but at least these clouds aren't giving us the rain like we saw yesterday. So it's a dry morning commute that we have for you. That part works. 39 Central Park, 32 degrees in White Plains. Wind is coming in from the northeast at around 3 to 7 miles per hour. Not a big deal. This is the Futurecast. Computer models say our sky stays mixed as we head up to a high of about 49 degrees today. More clouds start to roll in as we head into tomorrow as the next cold front approaches through the day tomorrow, but it won't really bring us showers until later tomorrow night. In the day, your high temp comes up into the lower 50s for you tomorrow, but then the clouds thicken to the point to where some showers are coming through here. That's late Friday evening into early Saturday morning, and then after that, we will dry it out, and the rest of the weekend looks pretty dry for us. Today, it's a partly cloudy sky with a high of 49 before those quick showers come through then, and then more showers for you Tuesday, Wednesday, of next week. Not good days since those are big travel days for Thanksgiving next week. Let's bring in Inez right now and find out how we're doing today. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. We're doing okay. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect. Right now, the Pulaski Skyway, very slow. They're heading towards Tunnelly Avenue. There's an accident by Broadway blocking a lane. If you're heading towards the George Washington Bridge, it's 45 minutes right now heading towards the upper level. Same goes with that lower level. The Lincoln Tunnel has about a 20-25 minute delay inbound. The Holland Tunnel, besides the Pulaski Skyway accident, it's about 20-25. As far as the rails, New Jersey Transit Midtown direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken. Some Amtrak-related switching problems going on in Secaucus. So New Jersey Transit buses and private carrier buses are cross-honoring, as well as the PATH trains at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd Street. Tina and Dan, back to you.
Inez, thank you so much. Let's talk a little sports now. Basketball. Those Knicks were in Dallas looking for their first road win of the year against the Mavericks.
They've been playing well, so surprising they haven't won on the road. Let's pick this one up late in the fourth quarter. Knicks down to Jalen Brunson. He is back. He finds Landry Shamet for the corner three. That gives New York a 1-point lead. Now, moments later, it's now tied. Josh Hart finds Shamet. Oh, he hits another three.
Wow.
That gives the Knicks a 3-point lead. Under 4 seconds left. Knicks up 2. Last chance for the Mavs. Dallas, Brandon Williams. He gets the layup, but guess what? It's waved off. He got called for an offensive foul as the replay shows him throwing his arm around Shamet. Ooh, the Knicks pull out their first road win of the year, 113-111. By the way, Brunson led the Knicks with 28 points. Good to have him back. All right, in football, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn confirmed Tyrod Taylor will start at quarterback over Justin Fields this Sunday against the Baltimore Ravens. Here's what Glenn had to say about making this change.
It was purely my decision. I felt like it was the time to do it. Again, had good conversations with both of those guys. And listen, these situations are not always easy, but as a head coach, you have to do what's best for the team. And I feel like it was best for the team.
This is actually the first time in weeks Glenn announced the Jets starter. Glenn reportedly almost named Taylor his starting QB before the Jets' Week 8 win over the Cincinnati Bengals, but Taylor was scratched before the game due to a knee injury. The Jets are 2-8 on the season, and even when they won, Fields struggled to find consistency with his play, especially in the passing game. Kickoff between the Jets and Ravens in Baltimore on Sunday is 1 p.m. Jets cornerback Chris Boyd made his first public comments since being shot over the weekend. Boyd posted on his Instagram account that he's starting to breathe on his own. He also expressed his gratitude. The 29-year-old underwent a number of procedures to remove a bullet from his lungs and has now been upgraded to stable condition. Boyd was reportedly out with teammates when he was shot during a scuffle with a group outside a Midtown restaurant early Sunday morning. So far, no arrests have been made. Well, it looks like the Giants could be getting their quarterback back. Rookie Jackson Dart is getting closer to taking snaps this Sunday when Big Blue plays the Detroit Lions. Interim head coach Mike Kafka said Dart continues to progress through concussion protocol after going through a non-contact practice yesterday. Dart was knocked out of the Giants' loss in Chicago back on November 9th when he hit his head on the Soldier Field turf. He's been out ever since. Kafka confirmed the plan is for Jameis Winston to serve as backup if Dart is cleared to start. Well, our women's soccer team, Gotham FC, is headed to the NWSL Championship Final on Saturday. They will face the Washington Spirit in San Jose, California. It's a neutral site. Gotham knocked out the reigning champion Orlando Pride in the final minutes of the semifinals to advance to the championship. Midfielder Jalen Howell said she believes the team's culture and genuine love for each other has been one of the driving factors that's taken Gotham the number 8 seed this far.
I think we have to have the same mindset that we've had these past couple games. Just real intensity and focus on the details and the collectiveness that we've showed. I think this team really came together at the end, and we want to work hard for each other.
If Gotham FC wins on Saturday, it will actually be the franchise's 3rd championship title overall. They won the NWSL title in, the WPS title in 2009, the NWSL title in 2023. They were under a different name back in 2009. And this past year, they won the CONCACAF W Champions Cup.
Sounds like they like to win.
They're winners.
Sounds like they like to win. It's about time we got a team around here that can win a championship.
Go
so
Gotham.
there you go. Gotham FC. How about that?
The women's teams. Liberty won 2 years ago.
You're right.
Let's go. All right, so we've got entertainment news coming up next.
All right, Ryan Christopher, he's joining us with the first look from the set of the new Jumanji movie, Jumanji 3. We'll be right back.
On Fox.
Yeah, you know that one.
What a voice.
Lainey Wilson. I heard she cleaned up last night.
At the
Was it
CMAs.
the CMAs. Is that what it was?
The Country Music Awards.
All right. Ryan Christopher, I know you watched it. You stayed up late, right?
Oh, come on now. What do you think I did with my night last night? It was the 59th annual CMA Awards.
Ooh.
And yes, Miss Lainey Wilson was a big winner last night at the big awards ceremony for all you country fans out there here in the big city. Let's break it down for you, shall we? So Miss Wilson became the 3rd woman to host solo, actually, following Miss Dolly Parton and Reba McEntire, who is the last one to do it. do it back in 1991. That's hard to believe. Come on now, 34 years. Not only did Wilson host, but she also performed and took home some awards, including that coveted Entertainer of the Year. Wilson also won Album of the Year for Whirlwind, which you just heard, and Female Vocalist. So congratulations to Miss Lainey Wilson. Hats off to you. Also, Ella Langley and Riley Green's You Look Like You Love Me won Single of the Year and Song of the Year and Music Video of the Year. So that track did pretty well, too. And also, Cody Johnson was the first-time winner taking home Country Music's Male Vocalist of the Year. So congrats to all the big winners last night at the CMAs. And now let's talk about Wicked for good, shall we? This weekend, this is going to be a big deal, okay? Possibly the biggest film of 2025. Variety reporting that the film's projected gross is between $150 and $180 million in its big opening weekend. Now, if it grosses over $162 million, it would be the biggest debut so far this year, surpassing a Minecraft movie, which, Dan, you saw with the kiddos a bunch, right?
Yeah, the
Minecraft.
Chicken dance?
Yeah, right. Chicken Jockey, yes.
Chicken Jockey.
But Wicked for Good is also projected to surpass the debut of Wicked from last year. That brought in just over $112 million. And it's pretty interesting how they've done very little press this time around. So it's almost like less is more.
Yeah.
And they're expecting bigger numbers. I think so many people saw the first one and loved it, went back again, and now they're looking forward to For Good. And now let's talk about the Louvre, shall we? I know Tina's very intrigued by this story. So, of course, it's still so mysterious, that jewel heist. Well, now apparently that whole situation is being turned into a documentary. Of course it is. The part true crime, part thriller project will feature investigators on the case, witnesses, and museum officials. Now, Laurent Bouzreau, the filmmaker behind the Jaws documentary, is actually set to direct and produce this project. And on October 19th, men disguised as construction workers, they broke into that museum, looking right through the second floor. In broad daylight, they grabbed the French crown jewels, over $100 million. Wow. Several people have been arrested, but the jewels still missing. No word on when that documentary will air. Very intriguing. Sounds like a podcast Dan Bowens would host.
Oh, yes, cold case.
All right, very cool. And now let's talk about this. This one not involving any crime, but Jumanji 3, of course, highly anticipated. Now, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, the star of that film, is sharing the first photo from on set. Where is that? Boston? Is that New York City?
Midtown.
Where are you guys at? All right, so this is possibly the first time that Jumanji is in the big city, but the film franchise's Instagram account posting this photo, a little behind the scenes with its co-stars. You got, of course, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Kevin Hart, Karen Gillan, and Jack Black. Now, Johnson also shared a little clip from his first day on set of Jumanji 3. Check this out.
Little day one of Jumanji excitement.
He's got more buttons undone than Mike Woods. How you like that? This first film, well, this film picks up after 2017's Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle and 2019's Jumanji Next Level. And Johnson also rocking a dice necklace in this film, all paying homage to the late, great Robin Williams. And the meaning behind that, we're going to have to sort of obviously see the movie. There were dice involved in the first film. And, of course, Robin Williams, he starred in that in 1995. But Jumanji 3 currently slated to hit theaters December of 2026. Right, so we have a year to wait.
Yeah. We still have to wait.
I got all your news for next year, so don't worry.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, that is all for Good Day Wake Up. Good Day New York is coming up right now.
And they've been slamming each other for months, and now President Donald Trump and Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani are set to meet face-to-face. It's going to happen tomorrow. We'll be right back.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day New York.
All right, Thursday's feeling good, right? Did you have a good night's sleep? Yeah.
I did.
Yeah,
You?
me too. Yeah, Good Day New York
So
Thursday.
everybody's happy. We slept well.
Okay, so we'll be in a good mood
Exactly.
for you. It is Thursday, November 20th. Good Day New York. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. Thanks for being with us. It's going to be chilly, a mix of sun and clouds. A beautiful sunrise to start the day. Temps will be in the upper 40s as Mike will have the details.
President Trump has signed the bill to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. When can we expect them to be made public, and what might be held back?
Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is heading to Washington. We'll give you the details on his face-to-face meeting scheduled for tomorrow with President Trump.
Also, a shocking video shows ICE agents barreling through a door, confronting a mother and 4 children while they were in bed. Why advocates say their rights were violated.
Plus, a sigh of relief for thousands of city public school students and their parents. We'll give you the details on the new contract extension for bus drivers, which was agreed to late last night.
Very nice.
Yes, everybody's happy today because you don't have to worry about how am I going to get the kids to school.
One less problem. We got 99 others.
And Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so everybody's coming over.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a problem or not.
Let's not talk about that, right?
All right. Well, let's talk with Mike Woods right now and check in on the weather forecast. Hi, Mike.
Hello there, Curt and Rosanna. Yeah, things actually don't look bad as far as weather's concerned. We've got a mixed bag in terms of the sky coverage. We have clouds and clear skies. So yeah, mixed sky here for us in the tri-state region, but at least it's not raining. Yesterday was kind of messy for the morning commute. Today should be a little faster for you since the rain's not an issue. We've got 39 in Central Park, 37 degrees in Newark, and 25 degrees for you in Sussex as well as in Poughkeepsie. Temperatures are generally a little bit cooler, about 3 to 6 degrees cooler now than it was at the same time yesterday. And you have a light northwest wind coming by at around northeast wind, I should say, at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. But high pressure keeps things quiet. Yes, there are clouds here, but showers not a problem. That's the cold front that will be coming through tomorrow night, and we'll get a chance of showers at that time. But during the day today, your highs will climb back up to about 49, a little more sunshine in the afternoon for you. And then tomorrow, well, the clouds build back in and the rain chances pick up in the overnight hours Friday into Saturday. Let's bring in Inez right now and see how things are moving with the roads and rails. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. We have a few things going on this morning. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect. Right now, we have a crash on the Grand Central to watch out for. This is westbound 188th Street. That's blocking a lane. Over on the Gowanus, you have traffic moving along here right at the speed limit over by 38th Street heading towards the Prospect and the LIE by the Grand Central Parkway. Of course, you have a little slow traffic westbound heading towards the BQE. With the rails, New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken. That's because of some Amtrak-related signal problems near Secaucus. Cross-honoring, you have PATH trains cross-honoring at Hoboken, 33rd, and Newark, and also New Jersey Transit buses along with private carriers. The subways, the 6 train heading towards Pelham Bay, express service only between Parkchester and Pelham Bay, and the N&Q trains downtown local service only between 34th Street heading towards Canal Street. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Inez. We start the news today with word that President Trump has signed the bill directing the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Well, the Attorney General now has 30 days to comply, but some files could be held back. Robert Moses, why would that be?
Well, Rosanna and Curt, one reason could be ongoing investigations, at least according to this bill. That's one potential loophole. At 8:50 last night, we got word from President Donald Trump via, where else, Truth Social in all caps. The president wrote, I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files. The legislation, which is called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, requires Attorney General Pam Bondi to release the documents related to flight logs, Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's death, other related issues within 30 days of enactment. In his post last night on Truth Social, President Trump said, Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract from our amazing victories. And he said that he had directed the Republican leaders of both the House and Senate to pass the bill. Because of this request, he says, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage. But that only tells part of this story. In reality, President Trump could have released the files on his own without an act of Congress. And he only relented on releasing these documents shortly after he reversed course on Sunday night. So that's when, after months, he had been saying he doesn't want these documents released, and then on Sunday, he reversed course. According to the text of this bill, No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. But here's that potential loophole that we mentioned. Documents can be withheld if they would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. So you may remember that at the president's direction, Attorney General Pam Bondi recently announced that she is starting investigations into prominent Democrats who were connected to Epstein, including Bill Clinton and former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who announced that he will be stepping away from his teaching duties at Harvard while the university investigates his ties to Epstein. Now, Bondi could use these investigations and others to keep some of the Epstein files out of public view. Before the president signed the bill, Bondi was asked how she plans to proceed.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law.
While Bondi closed the Epstein case 4 months ago, she says, quote, new information led her to reopen it. She would not say what that new information is. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Robert, thank you so much. Let's talk about Mayor-elect Mamdani. He's going to go to D.C. tomorrow. He's getting ready to meet with President Trump for the first time.
Briella Tomasetti joins us right now with more on this highly anticipated face-to-face meeting. People are watching.
Yeah, they sure are, Curt and Rosanna. It seems this is also happening sooner than a lot of us expected. The long-awaited meeting between Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and President Trump, well, it could set up an in-person clash between the two leaders, who for months now have been antagonizing each other from afar. Trump announced the news in a Truth Social post last night. The president wrote, communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Trump has repeatedly labeled Mamdani as a communist and predicted the ruin of his hometown if the Democratic Socialist were to be elected. He also threatened to pull federal money from the city and deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and became a naturalized American citizen in 2018. During his victory speech earlier this month, Mamdani said he wanted New York to show the country how to defeat the president. Nonetheless, he promised to work with anyone, including Trump, if it benefited New Yorkers. A spokesperson for the mayor-elect told Fox 5 in a brief statement, as is customary for an incoming mayoral administration, the mayor-elect plans to meet with the president in Washington to discuss public safety, economic security, and the affordability agenda that over 1 million New Yorkers voted for just 2 weeks ago. After weeks of speculation, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch has said that she'll continue to lead the city under Mamdani's administration. Yesterday, the pair attended a memorial event in Lower Manhattan. Tisch shot down questions from reporters while Mamdani shared more details about his proposed Department of Community Safety, which would consist of mental health professionals responding to nonviolent 911 calls.
But I really want to leave politics out of today's discussion.
It's untenable for officers to be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls they receive every year. In order for police officers to be able to do their jobs, we also need to create a Department of Community Safety that will be tasked with those responsibilities.
Governor Kathy Hochul said yesterday that she was one of the many people who urged Mamdani to keep Tisch on as police commissioner. She also mentioned that she believes Tisch could play an important role in preventing President Trump from sending the National Guard to the city. Rosanna, back to you.
Briella, thank you so much. Meanwhile, James Comey and his lawyers, they were back in court looking to have the charges against the former FBI director dismissed. They claim the Trump administration was being vindictive and that the Department of Justice prosecutors mishandled the case by never giving the final version of the indictment over to the full grand jury. Mr. Comey has pled not guilty to charges that he lied to Congress under oath in 2020 while speaking about the Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election.
Well, officials are investigating a fire that broke out in an East Harlem building just after 6 o'clock last evening. It reportedly started at Santiago's Beer Garden on First Avenue before spreading to the adjacent residential building, where it climbed up to the fourth floor. One person was treated by EMS but refused further medical attention. The owner of the Beer Garden spoke with us about the incident.
The fire wasn't really inside. It was like in the garden area.
like on the outside of it. And the guys from across the street said that there was a garbage can on fire, and that's how it spread.
Wow.
So as soon as I got here, the fire department was here, and they did their best to turn it off. But then the fire spread quickly. It's a windy day, and it's really unfortunate.
Well, the good news is, besides that one individual who refused more treatment, no other injuries were reported.
Well, the panel for educational policy voted to extend the contract for New York City bus companies for 3 years. This extension was a compromise after the panel rejected a longer 5-year deal. The bus companies transport about 150,000 public school students. About 68,000 of them are special needs. The yellow bus companies have been operating on monthly emergency contracts since the summer after their 5-year contract expired in June. Parents hope the deal will fix chronic delays and no-shows that have plagued routes for months. All right, coming up right here on Good Day, a warning from medical researchers. The foods they say are contributing to a global health threat.
Plus, we'll tell you how major retailers are helping people who get the wrong gift during the holidays.
And spreading the holiday cheer, Bloomingdale's unveiled its new holiday windows. We'll show them to you when Good Day returns.
I quits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And there you go. It looks pretty. Bloomingdale's unveiled its holiday windows last night at its flagship store on 59th Street and Lexington Avenue. This year's theme, Happy Together. Got the song? Happy Together?
I got it.
Okay, it features a display designed by Burberry, celebrating the warmth and connection of the season. The facade of the store is also wrapped in a big, giant Burberry scarf made of 126,000 miniature lights. Crowds who came out for the festive reveal. They were treated to a performance by the Grammy-nominated artist Ray. And here we go.
All right.
Holiday season 25.
Well, Crystal gave us a good preview of everything
Yesterday.
going on at Bloomingdale's yesterday.
And I love that she used a tree skirt as a, wrap.
Yeah. But she made it work.
She made it work.
She pulled it off.
Did she say how much that tree skirt was worth?
Not publicly, I don't think.
I think it was $800.
Yeah, I think. So.
Yeah. I don't know if my tree is worth that much.
Exactly. All the gifts under the tree.
We'll hear from Crystal a little bit later and find out where she is today, a place that may give you some ideas for gift giving.
Oh,
but right
okay.
now, we have the gift of Mike Woods joining us.
Yeah. You do? That's a gift?
It's a gift.
Yeah.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Are you trying to tell me to zip it?
No. I'm saying it in a positive way.
Okay, good.
See, I'm trying to be your guy.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it because I know what's going on over there.
Exactly. I figured someone's got it.
He's mediating.
Exactly.
Yes.
Smart man, too.
We just got to make it through today, right?
Yeah, and today actually looks pretty good for us here. It's kind of like a day off. Yesterday we had the clouds, we had the rain around town, and now we still have some of the high, thin clouds, but they're not giving us the rain showers, so to get around town, not that big of a deal. Temps are just a little bit off, that's all. So let's take a look at what we have out there to start you up this morning. Here's your weather headlines. Yes, we have clouds, but rain, it's not until maybe Friday evening, Friday night that we have to deal with some showers out there. Temps should be about where they are this time of the year. That's upper 40s to low 50s with the highs. And as far as the weekend is concerned, for the most part, it does look like it's going to be a dry one, but there are a few showers forecast for us here. Lots of clouds in the area, but if we had some green spots and yellow spots and so on like we had yesterday, we'd have the rain. That's not the case. This is the radar satellite combination, but shows no rain, so we are going to have a dry day today. We just don't have enough going on with the atmosphere to get it going. 39 Central Park right now, 37 degrees out at Newark. Temperatures are running around 3 to 6 degrees cooler now than it was at the same time yesterday. And you have the northeast wind today at around 3 to 10 miles per hour. It's a light wind, but it's still out there. Your highs this afternoon come up into the upper 40s to around 50 degrees. And we actually have a clearer sky as we head into the afternoon. That's a temporary thing, though, because the clouds build back in as we head into Friday. Friday has a lot of cloud cover making a comeback. Highs are in the lower 50s for you during the day, low to mid 50s, I should say. And then in the overnight hours, I'd say from Friday evening from around 9 p.m. until about 3 a.m. in the morning, your rain chances are starting to creep back up. But it looks like some lighter showers coming through, kind of like that last thing that came through yesterday. So maybe a quarter of an inch, a tenth to a quarter of an inch of rain coming through around parts of the tri-states. Same thing for you out on Long Island with this go round with this next round of showers. Again, that's Friday night into Saturday. During the day today, you're dry and sunny for the most part. In the afternoon, high gets up to 49 today. Low drops down to 41 for you tonight. Still should be dry at that time. But the rain does come through in the overnight hours Friday into Saturday, and it's not a lot of rain. And the next storm we'll be focused on is the one for next week. Tuesday into Wednesday, those are some big travel days for Thanksgiving. Does look like it's going to be a little wet, but also warm at the same time. Let's take you over to Inez and see where we are with the commute. Any big slowdowns?
Hey there, Mike. It's gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect. Right now, we have in North Bergen an accident closing all lanes northbound between 83rd and 91st Street there, so you want to plan an alternate route. Then over in Queens, we have a crash on the Grand Central westbound at 188th Street. One lane blocked, so delays go back almost to the Cross Island there. And the LA eastbound by the Clearview, a stalled bus has one lane blocked. This stalled minibus there. The George Washington Bridge heading into the city, 45 minutes on the upper level. Same goes for that lower level. Lincoln Tunnel, you have traffic backed up on 495 there back to Route 3 and the Turnpike. So it's about 30 minutes there inbound. The Holland Tunnel about the same. And with the rails, New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken due to switching problems, Amtrak related near Secaucus. As cross-honoring as an option, you have New Jersey Transit buses, private carriers buses. They're cross-honoring as well as the PATH trains at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, time to talk a little entertainment. We got some news concerning actor Vin Diesel and his ongoing legal battle.
Ryan Christopher has details right now. What's going on?
All right, so good morning, Curt and Rosanna. A judge has officially dismissed a lawsuit accusing actor Vin Diesel of sexually assaulting his assistant. So this incident allegedly happened in an Atlanta hotel suite back in 2010. That's while Diesel was filming Fast and Furious 5, Fast 5. Now, his then assistant claims that after she resisted the actor's advances, that Diesel's sister called her and fired her. She had only been working with him for about 9 days, and the judge previously dismissed 4 of the assistant's 10 claims, citing the statute of limitations. But in yesterday's ruling, the judge in Los Angeles dismissed the remaining 6 claims, all due to lack of jurisdiction on grounds that California does not apply in the state of Georgia. Now, Diesel has denied any wrongdoing. Curt and Rosanna, back on over to you.
All right. Thanks for the information.
All right, let's talk about, despite the president canceling many of his food tariffs, grocery prices really are not going down, and they're not expected to drop until after the holidays.
Plus, when we come back, it's a sad state of affairs. We'll tell you why Americans are seeing a sharp decline in happiness. All right, let's talk Health Watch, and it looks like more people are eating ultra-processed foods, and experts say it's threatening public health. They say ultra-processed foods make up more than half of the average American's daily calories, and that trend is increasing globally. The study says global sales of ultra-processed foods grew to $1.9 trillion in 2023, with just 8 companies controlling almost half the market. One expert discussed why so many Americans love to eat these foods.
It's not more expensive to eat healthier, but very often it's the only thing that people have access to.
Researchers suggest governments tax sugary drinks and add warning labels to reduce consumption.
You think that's going to really work? People are going to stop doing that? They've been taxing that for a long time. Remember we had like the mommy tax here under Bloomberg?
But it's not taxed everywhere, so it's worth a try because you wind up paying for it on the other end when you have to pay health care costs.
Right.
All right, happiness appears to be on a rapid decline in America.
The Common Good, a nonprofit organization, reports that from 2012 to 2025, the U.S. fell to number 24 on the global happiness rankings after previously being as high as 11th place. The report found that U.S. ranks in the top 5 in loneliness of all the countries studied, with 21% of Americans saying they almost always feel lonely. That's sad. 62% of Americans say the country is too divided. No kidding. Americans under 30 years old are among the unhappiest, declining life satisfaction, purpose, and social support.
And it looks like grocery prices won't be coming down before Thanksgiving, at least, despite President Trump's canceling tariffs on multiple goods. Supermarket chains in our area told the New York Post that they already ordered their goods before the president canceled his tariffs on over 200 products. Grocery prices have increased by 2.7% in the past 12 months, ending August 31st. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, multiple stores also told the Post that they expect their produce prices to come down after Thanksgiving, but others say prices may not drop until after Christmas.
Okay, well, major retailers are extending deadlines on their return policies during the holiday season. Macy's and Walmart, they're allowing refunds on returnable purchases made from October to the end of the year to be brought back by January 31st, the end of January. Best Buy is accepting returns on holiday purchases just until January 15th. Target says it will begin its return window the day after Christmas until January 24th. Meanwhile, Amazon says it will also be extending its holiday return period to the end of January on eligible items from the company and its third-party sellers. All right, you can thank some fast food lovers for the new menu items at Taco Bell.
Over 40,000 submissions were given to Taco Bell, and the fast food chain decided to select 3 fan creations to add to its new fan-style menu. They are Brock's California Crunch Wrap, Sandra's Cantina Craze, and Cajol's Burrito Bliss. The 3 new items are available for a limited time starting today, and they can be ordered exclusively through the Taco Bell app and at in-restaurant kiosks at participating locations.
Mike keeps saying he's going to take us to Taco Bell.
You've never been to a Taco? Oh, that's right, you haven't.
You know what? When you live in New York City, there's so many great Mexican restaurants.
It's like never having Pizza Hut when you live here after a while. I've never had Taco Bell before at 2 in the morning, I don't think. That's another story entirely.
That's a good story. I want to hear about that one.
All right, when we come back, we're heading to Soho to get some unique holiday gift ideas from the MoMA Design Store.
Plus, the MTA is spending big bucks on new buses, but not everybody's on board with the process. Good Day has the details when we come right back. All right, little Brooklyn in the house this morning. Are you like a little floored, too, to think that Mike D of the Beastie Boys is turning 60 today?
Beastie Boys are mature men, very mature, middle-aged men. The Beastie Middle-Agers. Oh, man, what a group they were.
I know.
You know? Classic songs, man.
Looks a little cloudy out there, but I think the sun's going to come out at some point today.
I don't know. Let's check in with Mike Woods and find out about that. Will the sun come out today?
Yeah, but that's a whole different genre of music.
Well, Annie for you?
Annie to Beastie Boys. I'm not sure where we're going with that.
We bring it all together here on Good Day New York.
See, full circle. All right. Well, it does look like the sun wants to fight its way out, but we're going to see kind of a mix, a little bit of everything. We're not adding any more rain. We got a little bit yesterday out there, so we're now at 35.02 inches of rain since January 1, still putting us at 8.73 inches behind in terms of rainfall for the year. So we're about 9 or 10% below normal with the reservoir containment for you at this time. So we need to add more water. That's the bottom line. Reservoirs are running low. We've got the clouds, yes. The rain, no. The rain will try to make a comeback tomorrow night. We've got 39 Central Park, 34 White Plains, 24 degrees in Monticello, with that wind coming in from the northeast at around 3 to 7 miles per hour. It's not a lot of wind, but it does make it feel cool. You got a cloudy, kind of a gloomy-ish looking situation. And yeah, we're just trying to get some more rain back in the area. I mean, you don't necessarily love it, but we need it. Is it coming together? Well, it's this cold front right here that will connect with the moisture here in the mid-Mississippi Valley. The Fox weather model says it's coming, but it's going to take a little time to get here. So look for a mixed sky today and into tomorrow. We're pretty much looking the same. It'll start off clear, but the clouds will build in as the day goes on tomorrow, and then your rain chances pick up as that cold front slowly drags from the Great Lakes into the tri-state region and connects with that moisture coming out of the mid-Mississippi River Valley area. And that brings us some light to moderate showers for a few hours in the overnight hours, Friday into Saturday, and then we are done. Today it's a dry one with more sun in the afternoon. High temp gets up to about 49 today, 54 tomorrow. Showers come through in the overnight hours Friday, Saturday. Then the rest of the weekend looks pretty good. All right, let's bring in Inez. Let's see where the slowdowns are. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect right now. Crash on the Grand Central, slowing things down westbound at 188th Street. You have one lane blocked there. The Gowanus has emergency construction here on the outbound side heading towards the Verrazano Bridge. You have only that left lane getting through there, so expect delays right now to where delays go back to the Prospect and it's building. On the inbound side, of course, a little slow there, but you have your usual delays. Crossing the BQE, the Kosciuszko Bridge westbound, not too bad. Eastbound heading towards the LIE, you're fine. New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken. Some Amtrak-related switching problems near Secaucus. New Jersey Transit buses, private carriers are cross-honoring, as well as the PATH trains at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd Street. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Inez, thank you so much. A shocking video out of Queens. Federal agents are seen entering a home, a family's home, with guns drawn.
Yeah, community advocates are calling it a home invasion. Jessica Formoso joins us now with the story. Jessica.
Good morning, Curt and Rosanna. Those ICE agents barged into this family's home, pointing guns at the mother and her young children. Video captured that moment. Take a look.
You fucking hands, stupid. Come out.
I got my baby.
Come out here.
I have my baby. No.
Come out here.
That video, 18 seconds long, and then it cuts off. But in those seconds, you can hear the mother pleading with the officer, telling them she has her 2-year-old baby in her arms. The officer saying that they are coming for her. The New York Immigration Coalition, who obtained the video, says the armed ICE agents were looking for someone else who doesn't even live there. This happened last Thursday in East Elmhurst. Aside from the mother and the 2-year-old, there was also a 12-year-old child inside that home. The mother says they haven't left her side since the incident took place. Now, video from outside the home shows NYPD officers showing up a bit later. This after neighbors called cops thinking a robbery was taking place. The cops, as you see there, were waved off by the ICE agents. The family says the agents did not have a warrant. You're about to hear from the president of the New York Immigration Coalition.
As she was asking them questions from her bed with her children in her bed, where they were pointing a gun at her, they yanked her out of the bed in front of her children and then started questioning her, realizing she wasn't the person they were looking for, but that didn't stop them from threatening to come back.
A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security telling Fox 5 in part, any allegation that ICE officers threatened a woman and her children with a firearm is false. Officers approached the residence and knocked on the door for approximately 20 minutes, attempting to gain voluntary cooperation to enter the residence. When no response was received, officers used their training and lawfully entered the home. Now, the spokesperson for DHS also says the woman in that video is the cousin of the person they were searching for, who DHS says has a criminal history, including assault, reckless driving, and illegal re-entry. Now, that said, by law, you do not have to open your door to ICE agents unless they show you a valid warrant signed by a judge. Curt?
All right, thank you, Jessica. Well, the MTA approved spending $257 million on 219 new buses. The non-competitive contract with New Flyer of America was approved at a November board meeting. However, critics say it was done without a competitive bid process. The MTA got around that by claiming it would delay the delivery of the cars and it needed specific design and manufacturing capabilities. New Flyer's latest bus price is over $1 million for hybrids and $905,000 for diesels. The new buses will be delivered to depots in Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island in the spring of 27. All right, this time of year, you're probably thinking, I need to get a gift for somebody. Well, we got a lot of great options at the newly reopened and redesigned Museum of Modern Art Design store in Soho.
The store brings a fresh perspective to how people engage with design, culture, and commerce. Crystal Young in Midtown telling us what we can expect. What's going on there, Crystal?
Well, what's going on is something amazing every place you look. This is the one-stop shopping that you're going to find those gifts that are 100% unique. So let me tell you a little about the store. It opened in Soho in 2001. They had even changed the facade, moved the door. Well, they decided to flip things around, move the front door back to where it originally was in this building, make everything open, light, and bright and ready for you. And it kicked off the end of September. So hold on. I'm going to slide over to Che Costello. She is a very long, sophisticated title, and she does many things. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to our newly redesigned Soho store.
You know, it makes me want to just look at things and touch them and say, wait, what is that? And I have to say, for almost everything, I haven't seen it before. It's something that I'm like, what is this?
That's because our process is unlike any other. We travel the world. Our team just came back from a big trip to Asia. We develop our own products. So truly, when you're shopping here, you'll find things you can't find anywhere else.
Okay, I like that. So let's talk about this lady right here. What's going on?
This launched last week, and this is a collaboration we've been working on for years with Mattel Creations. They took iconic Mattel designs and iconic works from MoMA's collection, pulled them together. Here we have Barbie, and she's featuring details from Vincent van Gogh's 1889 painting, The Starry Night. You see she's got the little moon in her hair, but also a range of products. I think for the holidays, Uno is a great bet.
It is. That brings people together, right?
It does. You could play great stocking stuffer, but this version features artwork by Manet and Van Gogh and Mondrian. So you play your traditional Uno game, but you get a little art in there as well.
I love it. Okay, now something that caught my eye as soon as I walked in. I mean, kind of everything caught my eye. These mugs are so cool, and I love that you can just get them in the set of 4. That's a gift.
Yeah, and playful design is a theme that we're really focusing on for this season. So the different colors, the different handles. You could imagine it's a perfect white elephant gift if you're invited to one of those types of parties.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, how about, what are these called?
Okay, these are called the Hoptimus. It's a design.
Right, Hoptimus. I was going to say hop along. All right, I got the hop part right.
It's a design from the 1960s from Denmark, and it's really this little figure you can put on your desk or shelf, and it just cheers you up. And we hear from customers all the time how engaging it is for them.
Okay, we have to wrap for now. These are little espresso cups. I mean, seriously, you'll come in and you'll just be touching for everything, but that's what they want you to do. And then, of course, you have to go to the register and buy it. I will be here with more fabulous finds at the MoMA Design Store in Soho in the 8 o'clock. Come on back for now. I'm going to toss it back inside to both of you, Curt and Rosanna. You need to come here for unique gifts. Seriously. You will not have someone give someone a gift and they're like, been there, done that.
Yeah, well, no. Last year when we did our gift-giving guide, I suggested that because I found gifts down there that are unique and not expensive at all.
That's nice.
They're really cool gifts. That
I'm
you
just
can give
wondering,
exactly
Crystal,
right.
could you be my personal shopper? You're there already? Just pick me up a few things.
I could.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
really good.
No
We'll
problem.
check in
I
with
got you.
Crystal again a little bit
Okay.
later. You can find a lot of that stuff online, too.
Okay, good.
You know, through the Moment website.
Win-win.
All right.
Coming up, we'll have more of your top stories.
Including details on tomorrow's meeting between Mayor-elect Mamdani and President Trump. We'll have all of that and much more here as we continue on Thursday on Good Day New York.
Are. 7:41, rush hour. Here's some top stories if you're heading out the door. President Trump signed legislation to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. The Justice Department has 30 days to release all 100,000 files and communications related to the convicted sex offender. The bill allows for redactions about Mr. Epstein's victims for ongoing federal investigations.
Meanwhile, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and President Trump have announced that they'll meet for the first time at the White House tomorrow. The president said that the two will meet in the Oval Office. A spokesperson for the mayor-elect said that they'll discuss issues including public safety, economic security, and affordability.
All right, and the panel for educational policy voted to extend the contract for New York City bus companies for 3 years. This extension was a compromise after the panel rejected a longer 5-year deal. The bus companies transport about 150,000 public school students, 68,000 of them special needs students. All right, 7:42, should we talk a little sports?
Yes, the Knicks trying to do something they hadn't done all year.
Which is surprising because the Knicks have been playing well. They're so dominant at Madison Square Garden. They were the only local team in action trying to win their first road game of the season. So the Knicks were in Dallas taking on the Mavericks, and we're going to pick this game up late in the fourth quarter with the Knicks down 2. Jalen Brunson back in action after missing 2 games, finds Landry Shamet for the 3. So that gives the Knicks a 1-point lead. A few possessions later, game tied. Josh Hart misses his shot, finds Shamet again. He makes another 3. Knicks up 3. 4 seconds left. Knicks by 2. Last chance for the Mavs. Dallas's Brandon Williams, he gets the layup. but it's waved off. Ooh, he got called for an offensive foul. Replay shows him sorta throwing his arm around Shamet. It doesn't matter. The game's over, and the Knicks pull out their first road win of the year, 113 to 111. Jalen Brunson led all of the Knicks with 28 points in his return. New York Jets head coach Aaron Glenn confirmed Tyrod Taylor will start at quarterback over Justin Fields this Sunday against the Baltimore Ravens. Here's what Glenn had to say about making the change.
It was purely my decision. I felt like it was the time to do it. Again, had good conversations with both of those guys. And listen, these situations are not always easy, but as a head coach, you have to do what's best for the team. And I feel like it was best for the team.
This is actually the first time in weeks Glenn announced who the Jets starter would be. Glenn reportedly almost named Taylor his starting QB before the Jets' Week 8 win over the Cincinnati Bengals, but Taylor was scratched for that game with a knee injury. The Jets are 2-8. I mean, even when they won, Fields was struggling to find consistency with his play, especially in the passing game. Kickoff between the Jets and Ravens in Baltimore on Sunday is 1 p.m. Now, Jets cornerback Chris Boyd, he made his first public comments since being shot over the weekend. Boyd posted on his Instagram account saying that he's starting to breathe on his own. The 29-year-old underwent a number of procedures to remove a bullet from his lungs. He was out in Midtown reportedly with teammates when he was shot during a scuffle with the group outside a restaurant early Sunday morning. Now, Boyd has been upgraded to stable condition. So far, though, no arrests have been made. And it looks like the New York Football Giants could be getting their quarterback back as Jackson Dart is getting closer to taking snaps this Sunday when Big Blue plays the Detroit Lions. Interim head coach Mike Kafka said Dart continues to progress through concussion protocol after going through a non-contact practice yesterday. Kafka was asked how difficult it might be for Dart, a rookie, after missing a week for the first time in his career.
I don't want to speak for Jackson, but he's a pretty smart player. He was dialed into our game plans last week. I mean, he's been preparing like this, even early in the season when he wasn't the starter. So I wouldn't expect anything different.
Dart was knocked out of the Giants' loss in Chicago back on November 9th when he hit his head on the Soldier Field turf, and he's been out ever since. So Kafka confirmed that the plan is for Jameis Winston, who started last week against the Packers here. He would serve as the backup if Dart is cleared to start. Gotham FC is headed to the NWSL Championship Final on Saturday. They will face the Washington Spirit in San Jose, California. Now, Gotham knocked out the reigning champion Orlando Pride in the final minutes of the semis to advance to the championship. Midfielder Jalen Howell says she believes the team's culture and genuine love for each other has been one of the driving factors that's taken Gotham the number 8 seed this far.
I think we have to have the same mindset that we've had these past couple games. Just real intensity and focus on the details and the collectiveness that we've showed. I think this team really came together at the end, and we want to work hard for each other.
So if Gotham FC wins Saturday, it'll be the franchise's second championship overall. Just 2 years ago, Gotham won the NWSL title in 2023. And this past year, they won the CONCACAF W Champions Cup. And oh, by the way, New York City FC, they play in the MLS semifinals on Sunday against Philadelphia. They're on the road as well. So we've had, lower seeded teams working their way up, the New York soccer teams.
Soccer City.
Town, Soccer City. And the World Cup's coming here next year.
Of course.
See, it's in our blood.
All right.
Or the water, maybe.
Exactly. Thank you very much,
You
Tina.
got it.
When we come back, we've got entertainment news. We're going to take a look at the big winners from last night's Country Music Awards.
Also, it was only a matter of time. A Louvre heist documentary in the works. Do they find the jewelry? Because that's still missing, right?
Well, that would be a heck of an ending, wouldn't it, if they tell you where it is?
I know. Ryan has details when we come back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
Okay, so another day without rain. Well, maybe right now, right?
Some clouds, and then the weekend doesn't look too bad temperature-wise.
Yeah, doesn't look bad at all as our temperatures start to climb back up a little bit here. Rain-wise, we got a little something out there, but I think it happens at a time where it doesn't bother too many folks. And by the way, yeah, we need some of the rainfall too because we're just under 9 inches behind in terms of rainfall for the year. 53 is your normal high temp for today, but we'll make it up to a high of about 49. So we're close, but we're not quite there. A little bit cool, a little cloudy out there too, but this time the cloud cover doesn't have the showers with it. We don't have enough moisture, nor do we have lift in the atmosphere to really squeeze out those showers, so we aren't looking at rain for you this morning, so the commute's dry. 39 Central Park, 37 in Newark, as well as in Belmar, still only 24 for you in Monticello. The wind is coming in from the northeast today at around 5 to 10 miles per hour, so it's not a big deal, but it is out there. Your temps will climb into the upper 40s to around 50 this afternoon. Actually, we should see more sunshine in the afternoon, so today's a better looking day than what we had yesterday. But tomorrow the clouds start building back in as we have a cold front approaching. So the cold front approaches, clouds build in, highs get up into the low to mid 50s for you tomorrow during the day. But in the overnight hours, now your rain chances are starting to pick up. This happens Friday evening, maybe around 9 to 10 o'clock and kind of hangs out until shortly after midnight. And then the showers will sweep clear of the area, giving us a little bit of rain. It doesn't look like a lot from the models here, but they do want to give us a similar situation to the last one. That is maybe a 1/10 of an inch of rain to a 1/4 of an inch of rain on average around the tri-state. Again, that's Friday night into Saturday. Then we have a break Sunday, Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, those are travel days, and it looks like more rain coming through at that time with warm temperatures. All right, let's take you over to Inez for another check-in on the roads and rails. Good morning.
Hey there, Mike. Well, with the roads right now, things are looking okay. We did have some emergency construction on the Gowanus on the outbound side. That's been cleared, so traffic moving fine heading towards the Verrazano Bridge. On the inbound side, eastbound heading towards the Prospect, a little stop and go as usual. The George Washington Bridge, 45 minutes if you're heading into the city on the upper and lower levels. Keep in mind, it's a gridlock alert day today. 495, the Lincoln Tunnel, that's about 30 to 40 there heading inbound. The Holland Tunnel, about the same there coming in from both approaches. New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains are being diverted to Hoboken this morning due to some Amtrak-related signal problems near Secaucus. New Jersey Transit trains and private buses are cross-honoring, as well as the PATH trains at Hoboken, Newark, and 33rd. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, I should say.
Or we knew this was going to happen. That's what we should say.
Mondo, what is going on?
Oh, my goodness, Rosanna with the French. I love it. I love it. Well, let's go to Paris, shall we? Let's talk about the Louvre, of course, a story that is still drawing headlines and still a bit unsolved as they still haven't found all of those jewels. But now the Louvre jewel heist case isn't solved, but that's not stopping it from being turned into a documentary. As Rosanna said, it was only a matter of time. Now, the part true crime, part thriller project will feature investigators on the case, witnesses, and museum officials. Now, Laurent Bouzereau, the filmmaker behind the Jaws documentary, they're actually set to direct and produce this documentary. Now, on October 19th, men disguised as construction workers broke into the museum through the second-floor window in broad daylight, and then they grabbed the French crown jewels valued at over $100 million, still to be discovered. Now, several people were arrested, but the jewels still missing. No word on when this documentary will air, but certainly one of those things that happens where you're like, well, this is going to turn into a TV show at some point. And now we have it. But now let's talk about a little country music, shall we? Even though we're here in the big city, we're still celebrating country music as the CMAs were held last night, the 59th annual CMA Awards. In fact, now Lainey Wilson was the host last night, and she became the third woman to host solo, following Miss Dolly Parton and Reba McEntire. And the last time that happened that Reba hosted, that was back in 1991. Hard to believe, but not only did Wilson host, she also performed and took home some awards, including the coveted Entertainer of the Year. Now, Miss Wilson also won Album of the Year for Whirlwind and Female Vocalist. Meanwhile, Ella Langley and Riley Green's You Look Like You Love Me, that won Single of the Year and Song of the Year, and also Music Video of the Year, so they cleaned up pretty good as well. And Cody Johnson was the first-time winner, taking home the Country Music's Male Vocalist of the Year. So congrats to all those winners last night at the CMA Awards. And now let's talk about Paris Hilton, shall we? She has another upcoming documentary. This one, I thought it was about Rosanna. It's titled Infinite Icon.
All right.
I knew somewhere deep down that if I listened to all those hateful comments out there in the world, that I would never recover. So I decided to find the light within the darkness.
That's hot. All right, so the doc will center around the 44-year-old pop culture icon's road to releasing her second studio album that happened last year. It was highly anticipated. We were all waiting with bated breath.
Really?
Of course.
Highly?
Of course, Kurt, yes. Okay. At least in my world. Now, it also discussed the emotional moments of her past, as she sort of mentioned there, including how she dealt with negative press coverage back in the early 2000s. But Infinite Icon hits theaters on January 30th. All right, guys, and we all saw the first Jumanji, right? Back in the day with Robin Williams.
Yes.
Well, now we're still waiting on the third film starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and now the film's franchise Instagram account posting the very first picture. Where are they, in New York City, guys? What's going on here? So it looks like the jungle has taken over the city, showing The Rock along with his co-stars Kevin Hart and Karen Gillan and Jack Black. They're also back to star in the third installment of the reboot. Now, Johnson also shared a little clip from his first day on set of Jumanji 3. Here it is.
Little day one of Jumanji excitement.
Look at him right there. I said earlier, he's got more buttons undone than Mike Woods over there. Although Mike thinks he is The Rock in real life. So this film follows Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle and Jumanji Next Level. Johnson also rocking a dice necklace in this film, which will pay homage, which we'll learn in the film, to the late, great Robin Williams, who starred in the original Jumanji back in 1995. But Jumanji 3 is slated to hit theaters in December of 2026. So we have a year to wait for that.
Highly anticipated.
I know.
Even more so than Paris Hilton's album.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but she is huge in Asia.
Yeah.
With perfumes and she's probably a billionaire just with her.
Just from
Here's
that.
the one thing you also should give her credit for.
Right.
Like we make fun of it, but she was really the first reality star.
She was. Yeah.
Nobody else was doing
Her
it.
and Nicole Richie together.
Right.
Yeah.
She really kind of broke out and created a whole genre.
Sure, and now she DJs too. So, I mean, she does it all. Multi-talented.
All right, what are you going to do? We got to move on now because we got to get ready for the 8 o'clock hour.
Let's do it, yeah.
The sky is no longer the limit when it comes to the future of flying cars.
We'll tell you why getting automobiles airborne might happen sooner than you think. I don't know how safe that looks, but hey, let's do it.
Right now, Rosanna Scotto, Curt Menefee. Let's have a good day, New York.
I want to do that too. Don't you want to have a good day, New York? Look, I see sunnish.
It's getting better.
It's they say partly cloudy, but can we say partly sunny?
I'm with you. Let's be positive.
Partly sunny today. Highs nearing 50. Mike has all the details.
Well, President Trump signed the bill to release the files connected to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We'll tell you when we should expect those documents to be made public.
Mayor-elect Zoran Mondani set to meet with President Trump tomorrow. Did you hear about this? He's going to D.C. What we know about the two political adversaries and their face-to-face meeting for the first time.
Well, a good sign for New York retailers. After a statewide crackdown, shoplifting numbers are down heading into the holiday season.
And when was the last time you stopped to smell the roses in the subway? Anyway, there is a new scent pumping through parts of Grand Central as the MTA partners with Bath and Body Works. Okay, that's another good reason to go down there and just smell.
It's not a bad idea.
All right, anyway.
I don't think.
Good day, New York. It's Thursday, November 20th. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. So glad that you are with us this morning. Mike Woods is with us as well. Mike, we like that last shot there. It seems like the sun's trying to come out.
It's trying to win out. Exactly. That's what we expect, actually. More clouds in the morning, more sun in the afternoon, and temperatures just a little lackluster, shy of where they should be this time of the year. But yes, indeed, the clouds are drifting over us right now. They thin out from time to time, but at least they're not bringing us the rain showers at all here in this situation. We've got 39 as your current temp, Central Park, 37 degrees in White Plains, still 20s out there, 27 in Poughkeepsie, as well as in Sussex, with our temperatures about 2 to 9 degrees cooler now than it was at the same time yesterday. So it's a cooler start to the day, but the finish will actually be warmer since we're going to get into some sunshine out there. Winds are coming in from the northeast at this point at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So we're going to keep some clouds around for the morning. High pressure's trying to win out for the time being, but really the weather story will be this cold front that's coming in tomorrow, and it won't really be coming through until tomorrow night as far as the showers are concerned with it. But when it comes through, it wants to give us, something that's measurable. We're talking about 1 to perhaps 2 or 3 tenths of an inch of rain. It's not a lot, but it's enough to, kind of soak the ground a bit. And if you're traveling at that time, it will inconvenience you. But this isn't happening until about Friday evening until early Saturday morning. So a lot of folks kind of miss out on that rain action when it comes through. Again, that's tomorrow night. Today, it's clouds in the morning, sun in the afternoon. High temp goes up to 49 degrees for you today. And then it looks like we got the nighttime showers coming through Friday night into Saturday. And then after that, it dries out for the rest of the weekend here. Rosanna and Curt, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. The Justice Department's files connected to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein could be made public to you soon.
This after President Trump signed the bill to release the much-anticipated files. Good days. Robert Moses joins us with the very latest. Robert.
Curt and Rosanna, these files will be searchable and downloadable according to the wording of this legislation. At 8:50 last night, President Donald Trump posted in all caps on Truth Social, "I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files." The legislation, which is called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, requires the Attorney General to release these documents that relate to flight logs, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's death, other issues, all within 30 days of the bill's enactment. In his post last night on Truth Social, President Trump said Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract from our amazing victories. And he said that he had directed the Republican leaders of both the House and Senate to pass the bill. Because of this request, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage, the president said. But that only tells part of this wider story. In reality, President Trump could have released the files on his own with no act of Congress at all. After opposing the release of the documents for months, he abruptly changed course over the weekend. According to the text of the bill, quote, "No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary." But here is a potential loophole. Documents can be withheld if they would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. At the president's direction, you may remember Attorney General Pam Bondi recently announced that she's starting investigations into prominent Democrats who were connected to Epstein, including former President Bill Clinton, as well as former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who announced yesterday that he will be stepping away from his teaching duties at Harvard while the school investigates his ties to Epstein. Bondi could use these investigations and others to keep some of the Epstein files out of public view. Before the president signed the bill, Bondi was asked how she plans to proceed.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law.
While Bondi closed the case 4 months ago, she says, quote, new information led her to reopen it. She would not say what the information is. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right, thank you, Robert. Well, a meeting between Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and President Trump is set for tomorrow.
Well, it should be interesting. They're going to meet for the first time in D.C. Briella Tomasetti, I think it's going to go well. I do.
Are you going to bring the popcorn, or should we sit and watch this together?
No, I think it's going to be good.
Hopefully. I mean, this is happening a little bit earlier than we anticipated, but the long-awaited meeting between Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and President Trump could set up an in-person clash between the two leaders, who for months now have been antagonizing each other from afar. Trump announced the news in a Truth Social post last night. The president wrote, communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow. Trump has repeatedly labeled Mamdani as a communist and predicted the ruin of his hometown if the Democratic Socialist were to be elected. He also threatened to pull federal money from the city and deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and became a naturalized American citizen in 2018. During his victory speech earlier this month, Mamdani said he wanted New York to show the country how to defeat the president. Nonetheless, he promised to work with anyone, including Trump, if it benefited New Yorkers. A spokesperson for the mayor-elect told Fox 5 in a brief statement, as is customary for an incoming mayoral administration, the mayor-elect plans to meet with the president in Washington to discuss public safety, economic security, and the affordability agenda that over 1 million New Yorkers voted for just over 2 weeks ago. After weeks of speculation, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch has said that she'll continue to lead the city under Mamdani's administration. Yesterday, the pair attended a memorial event in Lower Manhattan. Tisch shot down questions from reporters, while Mamdani shared more details about his proposed Department of Community Safety, which would consist of mental health professionals responding to nonviolent 911 calls.
But I really want to leave politics out of today's discussion.
It's untenable for officers to be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls they receive every year. In order for police officers to be able to do their jobs, we also need to create a Department of Community Safety that will be tasked with those responsibilities.
Mamdani appeared to discourage fellow Democratic Socialists of America member Chi Ase, a city council member who is exploring a primary challenge against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The mayor-elect spoke at a closed-door DSA meeting last night, urging the group not to endorse his one-time campaign surrogate, possibly indicating a power struggle between the party.
Wow.
Maybe they don't want him to leave city council. A lot of possibilities.
I think the mayor-elect has said that he needs, I think, Hakeem Jeffries to deliver what he's promised, and I don't think he wants anything to rock the boat right now.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him a little bit later. 9:45 press availability in Lower Manhattan. I am sure he will address this Trump meeting in some capacity.
All right.
You cannot anticipate this. I mean, you don't know which way it's going to go.
Right.
We'll see what he's got to say.
We'll find out tomorrow. We'll know the answer tomorrow, one way or the other. Thank you, Briella. Well, retail thefts are down across the city and the state. Governor Kathy Hochul announced yesterday that shoplifting is down 13% in New York. The governor credits her administration's efforts, which include a $40 million statewide task force in tackling the issue. The task force includes 100 officers and DAs coordinating with federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. All right. New York Attorney General Letitia James is not happy with new federal guidelines for SNAP eligibility.
Well, she had already joined by 20 other states urging the USDA, and now she's demanding it fix the problem. As worded, people who have been granted asylum or came to the U.S. as refugees or through the humanitarian parole program, they're not eligible for food assistance. Ms. James says this violates federal law and must be reversed immediately. The USDA sent the new guidance on Halloween, saying it's the result of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. And there are more cases of botulism tied to that contaminated baby formula.
Yeah, so far 31 babies in 15 states, including New Jersey, have gotten sick. The brand ByHeart recalled all of its products sold throughout the United States. Anyone who has the formula at home should stop using it immediately and throw it away. Botulism is a rare but serious disease that can cause paralysis and even death. Symptoms can take weeks to develop. The most recent case was November 11th. No deaths so far have been reported in any of the cases.
Well, there's a new bipartisan push to ban members of Congress from trading stocks. About time, right? If a new bill becomes law, lawmakers who violate those rules would be fined 10% of the value of their investment and lose out on any earnings. Does this have anything to do with back pay on any of these stock earnings that they got? Anyway, let's move along. They would have to divest their holdings, put them into a blind trust.
When the stock portfolios of members of Congress regularly beat the S&P 500 and members leave the office with vastly higher net worths than when they arrived, the public is right to be alarmed.
Thank you. The ban would also extend to close family members. There have been attempts to pass similar laws in the past. Some are arguing limiting trading would discourage successful people from running for office. There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. It doesn't need to be this obvious when you see people are making, you know, $100,000, $200,000 a year, and they make $7 million a year. It's a problem. All right, coming up, a new scent is wafting through the air while part of Grand Central is smelling like the holidays.
And coming up in our next hour, friend of Good Day, Jordan Sparks, stops by. She'll also be joined by NBA legend Byron Scott. They're joining together on a brand new show, America's Real Deal, how you can invest in some of the big upcoming companies, kind of like Shark Tank for the people.
Yes, I love that.
Fox 5.
All right, if you like garlic as much as we like garlic, you may not like this next story.
I don't know.
I've drawn a line with this.
Exactly.
All right, well, it appears that garlic may actually be a cure for bad breath. How did they figure that out? Researchers found garlic extract mouthwash was just as effective as curing bad breath as
Chlorhexidine.
Oh, chlorhexidine, which is a disinfectant that is widely considered a gold standard in mouthwash, according to the study. Researchers compared both and found that over the course of a week, the garlic extract mouthwash was significantly more effective in reducing the amount of bacteria in the saliva. Now, why do you need to use the extract if you can just have it, you know, like sauteed with?
Well, because I'm wondering.
Okay.
If you actually have the garlic. We all know how garlic breath smells.
Right.
So maybe if you use the extract and you put it, you know, in whatever else you put it in mouthwash, then you don't taste it and therefore it doesn't smell, but it kills the bacteria.
You know,
I'm wondering.
Some people like to bake garlic. Did you ever have baked garlic?
Is that what they put like on the side when you get like a steak every now and then?
Yeah, baked garlic, and they say like it doesn't smell on your breath. I don't know if that's true because I always like, oh gee, that's a whole lot of garlic.
So maybe that's it. Just a little hint of it kills the bacteria but doesn't make your breath smell.
We're intrigued, Mike.
We're trying to figure out something. At least it's not garlic flavored mouthwash.
Right.
That would be a problem.
That didn't sound right.
Yeah.
But that baked garlic stuff is delicious. I can eat that whole thing. I don't know.
I'm with you, dog.
I'll take a chance. Anyhow. All right, so let's show you. Did you notice what's going on behind me? We got the sunshine trying to make a comeback. At least for the time being, pull out the sunglasses. I mean, we do have clouds that are drifting over from time to time, and it's going to go back and forth as to what you see, whether it's sunshine or the cloud cover. At least for the moment, looking from Brooklyn into Manhattan, you can see the sun is trying to win out for a bit, but there are more clouds that will be rolling through, but these aren't the clouds that bring us the rain like we saw yesterday. So at least that part, I think everyone agrees you're fine with that. 41 out in Islip right now, 35 degrees in East Hampton, 39 Central Park. So a cool start with those temperatures. Most of us are running a little bit cooler than it was yesterday at the same time. About 5 to 10 degree drop off in temperatures for you, and a light wind from the north and east at around 5 to 10 miles per hour too. So high pressure still trying to keep us quiet. We do have some more clouds in the area, but it's not the cloud cover that brings us the rain. But there will be a cold front coming through, which will connect with some moisture coming into the Central Plains states, and that will come through in about a 24 to 30 hour period stretch. It looks like it'll be coming through the tri-state. We're fine today in the afternoon. We start off with clouds. There's the showers showing up, and that's happening later tomorrow evening into the overnight hours as that weak cold front swings by. It won't be long, just a few hours of showers coming through Friday night into Saturday morning, and then it will dry out after that. The rest of the showers are shifting to the south in the Carolinas and so on. Not so much for us here in the tri-state. We'll have to wait till sometime maybe Tuesday into Wednesday before our next wet weather situation sets up for us here. But this one gives us maybe anywhere from 1 to 3/10 of an inch of rain out here, similar to what we had with yesterday's showers that passed by. It's not a lot, but it does perhaps keep us from going deeper into debt as far as rainfall is concerned for the year. High temp today, 49 degrees. Tomorrow the showers come through on the light side Friday night into Saturday, and then things look better for the rest of the weekend. By the way, quick little birthday shout out to my pal Leo, turning 4 years old, celebrating his birthday every year with us. Happy birthday to you. Looking good by the pool. All right, let's get you over to Inez and see how things are moving with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Happy birthday to Leo. Street cleaning rules are in effect. It's a gridlock alert day, second one of the season. Right now, we have traffic a little slow. Route 4 heading eastbound, all because of a westbound accident, closing all lanes at River Road there. So plan an alternate route heading around that eastbound and westbound. Then over on Sunrise Highway, over by exit 52 there, North Ocean Avenue, we have a debris spill, so that's leaving traffic to squeeze into that left lane there. So expect heavy delays heading eastbound. Westbound, you're okay. The FDR Drive over at 96th Street, looking good both directions, no problems. The LIE, of course, a little slow here by the Grand Central, heading towards the BQE. And New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains diverted to Hoboken due to some switching problems. Cross-honoring is in effect with New Jersey Transit buses, private carriers, the PATH trains over at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Inez. New York City often known for its unique smells, especially in the summertime. You know, the food carts, you know, maybe trash, body odor. You know, you never know what's going to be wafting from the sidewalks of New York City.
You never know, but Grand Central is actually showing off a new scent, one that won't have train riders holding their noses. Good Day's Richard Giacovis takes us in the holiday smell.
Was there ever a time where the city subways actually smelled good? Probably not, right? Well, that's all changing, at least for the next couple of weeks of this holiday season, in this passageway that connects the 4, 5, and 6 to the 42nd Street shuttle. And you see all these people here? They're smelling it. It's a new scent, a woodsy scent, kind of like eucalyptus with a little bit of sweetness to it. Well, we're detecting all of those scents, and it's all part of a new promotion by Bath & Body Works, and it's the first time that this scent has been permeating underground. Do you like the smell?
I love it, yes.
Tell me, stop for 1 second. Tell me why. What is that?
Reminds me of the forest, upstate.
It's like a garden fresh
But we're
smell.
from California, so we smell all those smells all the time anyway.
Not in New York.
Yeah, not in New
No,
York.
it smells good.
Lemon pledge. The MTA says it teamed up with Bath & Body Works for this project, the company paying the MTA as part of the agency's push to monetize high-traffic spaces in the subway system. But if you want to smell this with these high-tech diffusers that are coming out of the walls, you better get here fast. It's only on until November 30th before it goes away. But for now, it's all aboard the Pine Express. We're in Grand Central with an SC, of course. Richard Giacovis, Fox 5 News.
I get it. Central. I like that.
Central.
All right, when we come back, with decreasing dairy prices, farmers are now turning to a new business model to try to turn a profit.
Plus, the holidays are quickly approaching. We're checking out the MoMA Design Store for some holiday gift ideas when we come right back.
Fox.
All right, if you need to get a holiday gift, it's that time, right? What are we going to do? We need some great gift ideas, some interesting options at the newly reopened and redesigned Museum of Modern Art Design store in Soho.
Yes, the store is bringing a fresh perspective just to how you can engage with design, culture, and commerce. Crystal Young is in Soho with maybe a few gift ideas for us all. Crystal.
Oh, I've completely lost my mind in this store this morning. I want one of everything, but let me tell you what you're looking at. You're looking at Nina Chanel Abney's Love New York City mural. It's a great little Instagrammable moment when you come into the store, and so super colorful. Now, as the camera comes to me, check out my new specs, people. Now, these are readers by Easy Peasy, and they come in all different fabulous colors. This one really matches my outfit more, but this one makes you go, oh. I like what you did there. Let me have the camera pan over to this wall. You can get these glasses in readers, and you can get them in sunnies. Lots of options. Okay, I'm going to take these off so I don't run into things, and I'm going to slide over to Che Costello. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we are now further back from the main entrance in this newly designed store, and one of the things that you'll find in the front window was something that caught my eye. I said, I have to talk about this. Okay, can you please look at this so super cool little small suitcase? I would never check this, and I would want to also work for the TSA so that I could make sure that my bag was handled properly. I mean, that is a cool bag.
And we developed it exclusively with Rauro, which is a brand out of Korea. It has the 360 wheels, and you can hang things on the handles.
And also, it has a scale inside. So you know how you're always trying to determine, is it 60 pounds, 30 pounds, am I overweight? A scale built right inside. Now, I also want the camera to look here because these are cool totes. I follow the rules until I go against them. Okay, something else I think I might need.
And these are all quotes by artists in Moma's collection.
Love, love, love. Okay, now let's back on up and talk about some of the baseball caps. You can get real practical things that you can wear, but these say MoMA on the side, right? Let me just pick this one up
And
here.
the new era Yankee cap is an object in Moma's collection, so it's a little wearable piece of Moma's design collection as well.
Okay, we love that. We love that. Now, let's slide over here. There's a downstairs, and let's talk about some of the things that you can get downstairs. Downstairs, I want the camera to come around this way so that we can see the front of the most interesting toaster and what is this called? A coffee press, right?
It's a French press.
French press,
These are
right.
by the Danish-Swiss brand Bodum, but we recolored them in a MoMA palette.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I just would walk into a kitchen and have coffee even if I didn't want it. And this has a little something where you can warm a croissant on the top.
Croissant warmer on the top. This has a timer so you can wake up to your coffee in the morning.
I love it. I love it.
All collaborative.
Before we go, I am going to wrap, but I want to show you these. This could be a stocking stuffer or the whole gift. You don't have to deal with the long cord because they're rechargeable and easy, and $48 and so much fun. I mean, so many things for everybody in the family at the MoMA Design Store. What's the address here?
We're on Spring Street and Crosby.
Okay, Spring and Crosby in Soho. Come down, something for everyone. I'm going to toss it back inside to both of you, Curt and Rosanna. Curt, maybe you need this. What do you think?
Maybe
Yes. I see something
in the new
back
year.
here.
In the new year. We'll go with that.
In the new year when you get your curls.
There we go. Exactly.
Okay.
No,
No, these are cool. Let me
holidays.
tell you, any woman would want these.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. I got you, Ro. I got you.
Remember your
The
sister.
U-Haul is backing up. The U-Haul is backing up.
Okay, thank
Don't
you.
worry about it.
All
Okay,
right.
don't you hear the doot, 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 doot? Okay, I got you.
All right, thanks,
I'll toss it back
Crystal.
inside.
You know what? When we come back, we've got a great story for you. It's a mom's quick thinking, saving the life of her 4-year-old son.
After what started as trouble breathing quickly turned into a rare medical condition. We'll have this heartwarming story when we come right back.
Jordan Sparks, we know her, we love her. She's been here frequently, and she's going to be here again today. She's got 2 new projects she's talking about.
She's got a lot going on, and both of them sound really, really good.
And just in time for the holiday season.
All right, we see the trees going up. Everybody's getting in the holiday mood. Nice to have you with us, 8:30 in the morning. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. It is 8:30 and a few seconds afterwards on Thursday, which means...
It's Little Friday.
24 hours or less.
It's Little Friday. You know what we do on Fridays.
What do we do on Big Friday?
Big Friday at 8:30. We play a song. What's the name of that song again?
You know it.
Good Day, no, Native New Yorker.
That one.
Native New Yorker.
Yes.
We dance, we sing, we sway.
We want you to participate with us, though. Whatever you want to do. You make the choice. You sing, you dance, you sway, and just record it. And use that QR code to send it directly to us, because each and every week we choose someone as our Native New Yorker of the day. You send the clip to us, we make the choice, and then you get to be on TV just like that.
And then Mike comes after you. And then Mike usually tries to, you know, incorporate some of those moves.
Try to emulate it a little
bit in his own dancing.
In his own way.
In his own way. And it can be a big fail, but it's always amusing to watch.
It's something.
It's entertaining television. That's what
exactly.
It is.
I haven't seen anybody do like that.
No, thank goodness. There's a reason for that.
Come on. You're a little fun with
You may break your neck, so be careful.
Yeah, we already had those issues. Anyway, Friday's coming just a day away, and we're going to have actually some decent weather leading up to it, too. We do have the clouds kind of coming and going for you today. We had the sun in the last hour. It looks like now kind of the sun's backing off for us here because the clouds are drifting through. From time to time, yes, that's going to happen for you today, but you should generally be looking at more and more sunshine as we get further into the day. Temps are still kind of pegged in the same range, though. Upper 30s, low 40s, 41 degrees in Islip, 39 in Central Park, 27s in Sussex, as well as in Poughkeepsie, with our temperatures just a little bit cooler, about 5 to 10 degrees cooler now than it was at the same time yesterday. And you still have that northwest wind coming by at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's the futurecast. So it does give us a little bit more of a clear sky as we head beyond lunchtime. High temperatures will be in the upper 40s to low 50s at that time. And then it stays quiet here tonight, though the clouds are starting to build back in as we head into tomorrow. So there will be more clouds tomorrow, but it's also a southerly flow, so that brings the temps up a little bit. Highs will be more in the low to mid 50s for you tomorrow. Dry during the day, but look what's happening as we head toward the evening. Late evening, overnight hours, rain is trying to set up. It's mainly light rain. It doesn't stick around for too long, maybe 3-4 hours, then it gets in and out of town. That's the overnight hours from Friday into Saturday. So that means most of Saturday and even Sunday are looking like they're going to be on the dry side, but we can still perhaps count on anywhere from a 1/10 of an inch of rain to maybe as much as a 1/3 of an inch of rain for us here around the tri-state on average. Coastal areas, especially eastern Long Island, probably the wettest. All right, let's take you over to Inez and see where we are with...
That's right, Mike. It's a gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect right now. We have a crash, Route 4 westbound, closing all lanes at River Road. I'm hearing it's involving an overturned vehicle there, and this is causing eastbound rubbernecking delays. Then over Sunrise Highway on Long Island, you have an accident, actually debris spill here, leaving only the left lane open. This is over by exit 52, North Ocean Avenue there. It's only that left lane getting through there eastbound. Westbound side, you're not affected. If you're heading into the city from New Jersey, the George Washington Bridge, 45 minutes on the upper and lower levels right now. At the Lincoln Tunnel, you can see traffic slow there, making your way up 495 towards Kennedy Boulevard. It's about 25 to 30 there heading inbound. The Holland Tunnel, about the same. New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains are diverted to Hoboken due to some Amtrak-related switching issues near Secaucus. Cross-honoring, you have that option with New Jersey Transit buses, private carriers, the PATH trains at Newark, Hoboken, and 33rd Street. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
All right, Inez, thank you very much. We have a very disturbing video out of Queens. Federal agents are seen entering a family's home with guns drawn.
Community advocates are calling it a home invasion. Jessica Formoso joins us now with this story. Jessica.
Curt and Rosanna, these ICE agents barged into this family's home, pointing guns at the mother and her young children. Video captured that moment. Take a look.
Your fucking hands up, stupid. Come out. I got my baby. Come out here. I got my baby. No. Come out here.
That video, 18 seconds long, and then it cuts off. But in those seconds, you can hear the mother pleading with the officers, telling them she has her 2-year-old baby in her arms. The officers saying that they're coming for her. The New York Immigration Coalition, who obtained this video, says the armed ICE agents were looking for someone who didn't even live there. This all happened last Thursday in East Elmhurst. Aside from the mother and the 2-year-old, there was also a 12-year-old child inside that home. The mother says they haven't left her side since this incident took place. Now, video from outside the home shows NYPD officers showing up a bit later. This after neighbors called cops thinking there was a robbery taking place. The cops were waved off by ICE agents. The family says the agents did not have a warrant. Here is the president of the New York Immigration Coalition.
As she was asking them questions from her bed with her children in her bed, where they were pointing a gun at her, they yanked her out of the bed in front of her children and then started questioning her, realizing she wasn't the person they were looking for, but that didn't stop them from threatening to come back.
A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security telling Fox 5 in part, any allegation that ICE officers threatened a woman and her children with a firearm is false. Officers approached the residence and knocked on the door for approximately 20 minutes, attempting to gain voluntary cooperation to enter the residence. When no response was received, officers used their training and lawfully entered the home. Now, the spokesperson also telling us the woman in the video is the cousin of the person they were searching for, who DHS says has a criminal history, including assault, reckless driving, and illegal re-entry into this country. Now, that said, by law, you do not have to open your door to ICE agents unless they show you a valid warrant signed by a judge. Kurt?
All right, thank you very much, Jessica. Well, city residents are calling on Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani to hire a new rat czar when he takes office. 2 Prospect Heights resident groups wrote a letter to the mayor-elect urging him to hire a new rat czar after the position was dissolved back in September. That's when the last rat czar, Kathleen Karate, left for a job in leadership at NYCHA. A member of the city council created rat task force told the New York Post that there is concern over there no longer being a point person to resolve rat sightings at parks and backyards. Mayor-elect Mamdani has yet to comment on the situation. Well, a Long Island mother is being hailed as a hero after her quick thinking helped to save her son's life.
4-year-old Jack Carlin was struggling. His breath, he could hardly breathe. He was rushed to the hospital. Good Day's Jody Goldberg has that story this morning.
Jack Carlin loves monster trucks and superheroes, and the cape he's wearing is just proof the 4-year-old can overcome anything, including the real-life nightmare his family lived through.
In the middle of the night, Jack woke up, and we immediately heard this croupy breathing.
His mom, Maria, rushed him to Huntington Hospital.
He was squeaking like a mouse. That's how little air he was getting. And all of a sudden, I just heard him stop breathing. And I just heard him fall forward in his car seat.
The mother of 3, who's also a labor and delivery nurse, showed up off the clock at the emergency room, desperate for help. Audio played back shows just how serious it was.
She came running through the door with him unresponsive. He was pale, like bluish around the mouth.
Right away, I paused. I said, call a pediatric code blue.
I dropped what I was doing and just started sprinting towards the trauma bay.
We initially started compressions, and within seconds, the whole entire team was at the bedside.
I was able to get oxygen into him and heard Mom in the background say, "Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack."
They stabilized Jack and then transferred him to Cohen Children's Medical Center in New Hyde Park.
What we uncovered was a laryngeal cleft where there's an abnormal separation between the trachea and the esophagus. Jack's case, was very severe and led to a complete airway collapse.
Jack underwent surgery to correct what doctors call a very rare condition.
He woke up the next morning and he turned to me. And he said, "Mommy, why didn't you want me to go to heaven?"
A heartbreaking reminder of just how close they came.
Sorry, it never gets easier to talk about.
And Jack will still check in with doctors a few times a year for the next few years, but they say his prognosis is bright. And for his parents, that future now possible because of the doctors who saved him.
They did such an unbelievable job.
And while he may not fully understand what happened now,
Thank you so much.
One day he'll realize just how lucky he is. On Long Island, Jody Goldberg, Good Day, New York.
What a great family. What a great story.
What a miracle. It really is. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk a little sports. We've got an exclusive announcement from the New York Rangers.
Did you say exclusive?
Exclusive. Nobody else has it. It's the only place you're going to see it.
Fantastic. Plus, an acting legend is joining us this morning, F. Murray Abraham. He's going to tell us about being back on the stage. He's in the hit musical, The Queen of Versailles.
With Kristen Chenoweth.
Kristen Chenoweth. Plus, I don't know if you saw this in the Times. They did a whole thing on his apartment. He just redid his apartment. Michael Imperioli, the actor's wife, actually redid it for him.
Yes.
Fascinating. Anyway, we're going to talk to F. Murray coming up at 9. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
You've got this big Ranger exclusive, but first, their Garden brethren first.
Yes, they're brothers at the Garden, the New York Knicks. So the Knicks play great at the Garden. They haven't been playing well on the road. So the Knicks were in Dallas last night, actually looking for their first road win of the year. We're going to pick this one up late. Fourth quarter, Knicks down 2 to the Mavericks. Jalen Brunson back in action after missing 2 games. Finds Landry Shamet for the 3, gives the Knicks a 1-point lead. A few possessions later, game tied. Josh Hart misses his shot, then finds Shamet again. He makes another 3. 4 seconds left. Knicks by 2. Last chance for the Mavs. Dallas's Brandon Williams gets the layup. What a great shot. But it's waved off. He got called for an offensive foul. The replay showing him throwing his arm around Shamet there. So guess what? The Knicks pull out their first road win of the year. They survive 113 to 111. Brunson, by the way, finishing with 28 points. All right, let's talk about football right now. New York Jets head coach Aaron Glenn confirmed Tyrod Taylor will start at quarterback over Justin Fields this Sunday against the Baltimore Ravens. So here's what Glenn had to say about making the change.
It was purely my decision. I felt like it was the time to do it. Again, had good conversations with both of those guys. And listen, these situations are not always easy, but as a head coach, you have to do what's best for the team. And I feel like it was best for the team.
And this is the first time in weeks Glenn actually announced the Jets starter. Glenn reportedly almost named Taylor as starting QB before the Jets' Week 8 win over the Cincinnati Bengals, but Taylor was scratched from that game because of a knee injury. The Jets are 2-8, and look, even when they won with Fields, he struggled to find consistency. He struggled in the passing game. So that leads us to this next era. We'll see what happens. Kickoff between the Jets and Ravens in Baltimore on Sunday is 1 p.m. Now, Jets cornerback Chris Boyd, he made his first public comments since being shot over the weekend. Boyd posted on Instagram he's starting to breathe on his own again. Yeah, he said that. The 29-year-old underwent a number of procedures to remove a bullet from his lung. He was in Midtown, out reportedly with teammates, when he was shot during a scuffle with a group outside of a restaurant early Sunday morning. Boyd has been upgraded to stable condition, but so far, no arrests have been made. Now, it looks like the Giants could be getting their quarterback back as rookie Jackson Dart is getting closer to returning to action after missing last week's game against the Green Bay Packers with a concussion. Interim head coach Mike Kafka said Dart continues to progress through concussion protocol after going through a non-contact practice yesterday. Now, Kafka was asked what kind of challenges Dart might have if he returns after missing last game and also a little bit of practice this week.
I don't want to speak for Jackson, but he's a pretty smart player. He was dialed into our game plans last week. I mean, he's been preparing like this, even early in the season when he wasn't the starter. So I wouldn't expect anything different.
Dart was knocked out of the Giants' loss in Chicago back on November 9th when he hit his head on the turf, and he's been out ever since. Kafka confirmed the plan is for Jameis Winston, who started against the Packers. He would serve as the backup if Dart is cleared to play against the Lions in Detroit on Sunday. All right, here we go. We've got a Fox 5 sports exclusive. We are the first to unveil the New York Rangers' new classic winter jerseys. We're going to show you some video on this. It's a specially designed uniform for the 2026 Discover NHL Winter Classic, and this will be the first ever outdoor NHL game in Florida. The Rangers are going to play the Florida Panthers. It's one of these 2 outdoor games this year. The uniform is continuing with the franchise's 100th anniversary theme. It's got the bold, oversized stripes. This echoes the team's centennial uniform colors that you see during regular games. New York featured on the front. You got the Apple logo. And these jerseys, guess what? They're available starting 10 a.m. this morning at the Rangers team stores and also online at NHLshop.com.
Just in time for Christmas.
I love the apple with the NYR in it. The big apple.
There's the Apple logo.
And it's the off-white color.
This is cool, and this is the Winter Classic in Miami.
Yep, it'll be January 2nd.
Yeah.
So I hope the ice doesn't melt in Florida. We hope they get cold weather.
Or that they don't put too many umbrellas over it.
That's a good point.
Ice drink.
That's right. Ice drink. There you go.
We'll try
that took me a second to get.
Yeah, I tried.
But thank you, New York Rangers, for giving us these jerseys and letting us reveal them to all the Blue Shirts fans.
What time go on sale?
10 a.m.
Right.
Go
By
online.
the way, my husband, keep your hands off.
It's Rose.
Okay.
It's hers.
Lou's already got
He's
that
already
lined up.
claiming it.
Exactly.
Will it fit me?
You know how that works.
Yeah. I don't want the world, I just want your half.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good. But, hey, wintertime's just trying to get to us here, gang. But we have a little bit of that in-between thing going on right now. You can see, yes, we got a mix of clouds and sun right now, making it feel like fall. And, of course, it is. And so what's normal for you today? And it looks like we're a little bit cooler than normal for you. 53 is your normal high temp. We'll make it up to 49. It's not so bad, but we do have a lot of clouds around. But as we get deeper into the day, we're hoping that the sun will win out a little bit more so. And it does look like this little cloud shield will move through here. So we should see some more sunshine. And that's what the models are indicating that we should see as well. Right now, you've got 39 Central Park, 27 degrees in Poughkeepsie, and 25 in Monticello, with that wind coming in from the northeast today, right now, at around 3 to 8 miles per hour. It's not a lot of wind, but it's a little something going on for you. But other than that, we've got high pressure trying to keep things quiet, and it will do so today and into tomorrow. But this is the cold front that's going to come in here later on tomorrow evening into tomorrow night, connecting with some moisture that's over the mid-Atlantic regions. Here's the Fox weather model futurecast, and as it rolls forward, you can see it makes kind of slow progress with that cold front connecting with that moisture. So it's not here tonight into tomorrow, but later tomorrow evening, that's when that cold front's starting to get closer to us, and there's the moisture. So your shower chances are picking up in the overnight hours from Friday into Saturday. Might get some decent little downpours in the overnight hours for you on Friday into Saturday, but then by Saturday morning, it's already pulling away from us, so we should be drying out from that point forward. Today, don't worry about the rain. High gets up to 49 degrees with more sun in the afternoon. Tomorrow, it's 54 for a high with nighttime showers coming through Friday night into very early Saturday, and then we're dry for the rest of the weekend. We got a storm to watch for Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, approaching Thanksgiving. All right, let's bring in Inez and see how things are moving with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Well, right now, a little sluggish on the LI over by Glen Cove Road, but this is part of your normal delay there heading westbound. Eastbound, you're looking great. The Gowanus is also slow as usual from the Belt Merge heading towards the Prospect. A couple of things going on with the rails right now. New Jersey Transit Midtown Direct trains diverted to Hoboken due to Amtrak-related switching issues over near Secaucus. So you have New Jersey Transit buses cross-honoring as well as private carriers and the PATH trains. And then the PATH trains itself, though, they're having delays. Hoboken to World Trade Center, Hoboken to 33rd. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Inez, here may be a solution to the Gowanus.
Okay. What is that?
It's a flying car.
Huh.
A number of companies are going all out to provide personal flying vehicles for their customers. The Trump administration recently announced a pilot program to manufacture air mobility vehicles. This two-wing model by Pivotal has 8 electric motors, 8 rotors, and can stay airborne for 20 minutes, traveling about 20 to 25 miles.
Who's going to pilot this?
Well, that's why they have a pilot program. People who want these flying vehicles don't technically need a license or any training to fly one.
Get out of town. There's no way.
Pivotal does say, though, they provide training as part of the package if you buy the plane.
Just what we need.
More
as if
people with
the
no
streets of New York City are not bad enough.
Yes.
With some drivers, the e-bikes, now we got to worry about it over our head.
You got to look up above.
Please.
We'll see how this works
now.
out. We've heard about this for decades. We'll see how it works out for real.
All right. If that wasn't entertaining enough for you, we got more. Ryan's next.
We're going to check in with Sherry Shepard as well. She's celebrating a very special edition of her show this morning.
Oh, and also we're going to head out to Greenwich Village. We're going to check out the Tokyo Record Bar. A very unique dining experience with music and sushi. You've been there, right?
I have. It's a cool place.
All right. Coming up.
All right, Ryan joins us with entertainment news and maybe some really good for Wicked for Good.
Yeah, for good. We're talking about Wicked for Good, and apparently it is going to be making some serious coin at the box office this coming weekend. So it opens in New York City today and nationwide tomorrow. And Variety reporting that the film is already projected to gross between, get this, $150 and $180 million when it opens this weekend. Now, if it grosses over $162 million, that'll be the biggest release of 2025, passing out a Minecraft movie. Now, Wicked for Good is also projected to surpass the debut of the first Wicked film that came out last year and made just over $112 million in its big debut. So we are ready to see Elphaba and Glinda in part 2 for good. And speaking of things to celebrate and milestones, Sherry Shepherd, she's got something to celebrate today, huh?
She does. Maybe she's going to put up those kind of numbers there.
She's
This
got
like
big
old school.
numbers, Sherry
Exactly.
Shepherd. Look at you. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations on your 500th show, which is coming up today. Can you believe it?
It is. It's surreal. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so excited.
How quickly did this happen for you? I mean, it feels like you just started.
I know it does.
It feels like I just made the announcement that I had my own talk show, and now it's 500 episodes later, and we've had some of the most fantastic guests. Former First Lady Michelle Obama, we've had Rick Springfield, Sylvester Stallone, former Vice President Kamala Harris, Oprah. Like, it's just been mind-boggling.
The sky is the limit, but how are we celebrating today, Sherry?
We're celebrating, and I want to shout out because I had a fantastic 500 where we had fans, super fans come out, and Mara D'Amico and Lori Pasternak, they're from New York, and they came out, so I wanted to shout them out. But Tracy Morgan will be here. My TV husband,
I love
from
him.
30 Rock.
Right. Is this the first time he's done your show?
This is the very first time. It took 499 episodes of asking him. And he's finally coming. And tomorrow, DJ Khaled will be on our show.
Oh, is he okay being 501?
Yes.
We love DJ Khaled. These are good shows, Sherry. So fun to watch.
It's so funny. I can't wait to talk to Tracy. I haven't seen him in so long, and I played his TV wife. That's the longest marriage I've ever been in. So I'm excited he's coming.
By the way, that was such an epic show. But so is your show every morning at 10 o'clock right here on, Fox 5.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
So let me ask you this. Like, if you look back over the 500 shows, how do you think the show has evolved in you as a host?
I think it's given me more confidence. I think that, I come out and do stand-up right at the beginning. Nobody in daytime talk does that. They do it at nighttime, and that's my superpower, is making you laugh. So I think that people now want to come to the show. Michelle Obama said, Sherry, I want to have fun. She was answering all of the questions, but to say, I just want to have fun. And we actually danced together. So it's really kind of evolved in that people know we can come and have a really good time, play around, and laugh on the Sherry Show.
All right, who's on your wish list for the next 500?
Meryl Streep is on my wish list. Trevor Noah still has not made his appearance. Gosh, those two are big ones. Robert De Niro, I would love to talk with him.
All right.
And
well, that's going to be good.
Viola Davis has got to come by.
You put it out in the universe. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
And BTS, because I'm obsessed with the K-Rom.
Yeah, we are too.
I need BTS to come on my show.
All right.
505, 508, and 509. There you go. We'll put them out there. Congratulations on 500 episodes. The 500th episode airs when we're done here with Good Day New York today with Tracy Morgan joining you. Thank you so much, Sherry. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Of course, she comes up right after we're done here at 10 o'clock.
We got another hour, 9 o'clock hour. Of course, we have news and weather and all that stuff. But did we mention that Grammy nominee Jordan Sparks is here? She is with NBA legend Byron Scott. We're talking about their new reality show. It's not only helping entrepreneurs, it's helping you make some money, too.
Exactly. We've also got Oscar winner F. Murray Abraham. He's going to chat with us about starring in The Queen of Versailles and a whole lot more. That's on Broadway, but we're right here on Fox 5. Stick around. There's more Good Day New York coming your way right around the corner.
cleaner.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day New York.
All right, I see some sun, but there are more clouds out there this morning. Temperatures staying in the 40s. But you know what? It's looking warmer. Mike's got the full forecast ahead.
In the news today, President Trump has signed off on releasing the Epstein case files, but we're explaining why there still may be a lot you may not see about the convicted sex offender.
Meantime, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani preparing to speak with the president in D.C. Did you hear this? What we know about their face-to-face meeting tomorrow.
Plus, they're a part of millions of people's morning routines. Now the New York Times games are on paper in a new book out just in time for the holidays. And we're going to actually play Wordle.
Okay,
right
you know,
here.
fantastic.
Head to head.
And you got to respect the hustle. Entrepreneurs are front and center in a new reality show. Jordan Sparks, Byron Scott, they're part of it. They're going to tell us about America's Real Deal. Great show. I just love the whole concept of this.
I agree. And we've got Oscar winner F. Murray Abraham here as well.
What a show. Good Day New York, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. We appreciate you being with us. Besides those stars, we got Mike Woods, too.
Little sunshine?
Okay.
No,
don't sit there and look stunned, Rosanna.
I know. When I said that, she's like,
yeah. Silence.
What?
Remember that dog in the commercial? Like,
Listen, I got nothing but good news right now, at least for the next day and a half or so. And then it looks like maybe a little rain wants to come our way. But we didn't need the rainfall after all. Let's take a look at what it looks like outside. Yeah, it doesn't look so bad. Yeah, there's a good amount of cloud cover out there, but it's not giving us the rain, at least not at the ground level. But the potential for showers will be making a comeback soon enough. We just have a little time off, if you will. Right now, yes, there's a lot of high and mid-level cloud cover over the tri-state region, but this sort of cloud cover and situation altogether does not bring us rainfall, so we can leave the wet weather gear home. Our commute should be nice and dry. We've got 39 Central Park, same thing, White Plains, 30 degrees for you in Sussex, and our temperature is still a little bit cooler now than it was at the same time yesterday. In some places, as much as 4 to 7 degrees cooler to the northwest, and that wind is coming in from the northeast at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So it's a quiet weather setup. It's a ridge of high pressure that's keeping us fairly quiet. Now, what it should be doing is giving us more of a clear sky as we head into the afternoon, and your high temperatures get into the upper 40s to low 50s today. So that's just a little bit cooler than normal. The average high for today is right around 53. So we'll be just shy of that. Then more clouds start to build in as we head into tomorrow on the Futurecast. Tomorrow morning, clouds yes, rain no. Clouds thicken throughout the day. High temps get up into the low to mid 50s for you tomorrow. It's that south wind that's starting to bring up the warmer air and more clouds. And then the rain chances are picking up later in the evening. Looks like some light to moderate rain for a few hours here, but the timing between about 9 p.m. on Friday until about 3 to 4 a.m. on Saturday, it's a convenient time for those who are not necessarily out and about on Friday night. So that showers come through, they get in and get out, do their thing, and then that's it. Looks like the rest of the weekend should be dry. But the models are giving us about 1 to perhaps as much as 3/4 of an inch of rain as it comes on by. It's more in the coastal locations, less to the north and to the west, so we don't have to worry about too much with the rain altogether, and anything we get will be beneficial because we are behind. High temp today gets up to about 49 degrees, more sun in the afternoon. Nighttime showers come through Friday night into Saturday, and then late next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, there are more rain chances coming through as we get ready for the whole get around situation for the Thanksgiving holiday. Got to think of that. All right, let's get you over to Inez Rosales and check in again with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. It's a gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are in effect, and just seeing a lot of volume out there. The LIE, if you're taking that over by Glen Cove Road, westbound traffic, you have some volume, but everything's moving there at the speed limit heading westbound. Eastbound side looks good, and then over in Queens, of course, we have traffic slow over by the Grand Central Parkway westbound. Eastbound, you're fine, and then with the GWB heading into the city, it's 45 minutes inbound on the upper and lower level. The Lincoln Tunnel also busy as you make your way up 495 there heading towards Kennedy Boulevard. It's about 30 minutes there, 25 to 30 minutes inbound. If you're going for the Holland Tunnel, it's about the same, 25 to 30 from each approach. With the rails, a few things going on. New Jersey Transit Midtown direct trains have been diverted to Hoboken throughout the whole morning. That's because of switching issues, Amtrak related. That's near Secaucus. So you have New Jersey Transit buses and private carriers cross-honoring, as well as the PATH trains. They're also cross-honoring at Hoboken, Newark, and 33rd, but they're having problems in Hoboken. So you have delays with the PATH trains, Hoboken to World Trade Center, Hoboken to 33rd. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Inez. President Trump says he has signed off on the release of the Epstein case files. Now the question is, when will we see them?
With maybe some clues. Robert Moses joins us right now. What do we know, Robert?
Well, Curt and Rosanna, we should see them within 30 days. The question is, will we see all of them? That is to be determined. At 8:50 last night, President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social in all caps, "I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files." The legislation, which is called the Epstein Files Transparency Act, requires the Attorney General to release the documents pertaining to flight logs, Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's death, other matters in a searchable, downloadable format within 30 days of enactment. In the Post last night, President Trump said Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract from our amazing victories. And he said that he had directed the Republican leaders of the House and Senate to pass the bill. Because of this request, he says, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage. But that only tells part of this story. In reality, President Trump could have released the files on his own without an act of Congress at all. After opposing the release of the documents for months, he abruptly changed course over the weekend. According to the text of the bill, quote, "No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary." But here's a catch, a potential loophole. Documents can be withheld if they would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. We mention that because, at the president's direction, Attorney General Pam Bondi recently announced that she is starting investigations into prominent Democrats connected to Epstein, including the former president, Bill Clinton, as well as former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who announced that he'll be stepping away from his teaching duties at Harvard while the university investigates his ties to Epstein. Bondi could use those investigations and others as a justification to keep some of the Epstein files out of public view. Before the president signed the bill, Bondi was asked how she plans to proceed.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law.
While Bondi closed the Epstein case some 4 months ago, she says, quote, "New information led her to reopen it." She would not reveal, though, what that new information is. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on it. Thank you so much. And let's talk about something else we're keeping an eye on. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani getting ready to go to D.C. tomorrow. His first meeting with the President of the United States.
Brianna Thomasetti joins us right now with details on that, which kind of came out overnight.
Yeah, it did. And Mayor-elect Mamdani having press availability at 9:45, a little while from now. So he will likely address a lot of questions from reporters about this topic. The long-awaited meeting between Mamdani and President Trump could set up an in-person clash between the two leaders who for months now have been antagonizing each other from afar. Trump announced the news in a Truth Social post last night. The president wrote, "Communist Mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow." Trump has repeatedly labeled Mamdani as a communist and predicted the ruin of his hometown if the Democratic Socialist were to be elected. He also threatened to pull federal money from the city and deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and became a naturalized American citizen in 2018. During his victory speech earlier this month, Mamdani said he wanted New York to show the country how to defeat the president. Nonetheless, he promised to work with anyone, including Trump, if it benefited New Yorkers. A spokesperson for the mayor-elect told Fox 5 in a statement, as is customary for an incoming mayoral administration, the mayor-elect plans to meet with the president in Washington to discuss public safety, economic security, and the affordability agenda that over 1 million New Yorkers voted for just 2 weeks ago. After weeks of speculation, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch has said that she'll continue to lead the city under Mamdani's administration. Yesterday, the pair attended a memorial event in Lower Manhattan. Tisch shot down questions from reporters, while Mamdani shared more details about his proposed Department of Community Safety, which would consist of mental health professionals responding to nonviolent 911 calls.
But I really want to leave politics out of today's discussion.
It's untenable for officers to be asked to
respond to the 200,000 mental health calls they receive every year. In order for police officers to be able to do their jobs, we also need to create a Department of Community Safety that will be tasked with those responsibilities.
And when the news broke yesterday, we covered it live here on Good Day. But after that, a lot of reaction poured in. Pat Hendry, president of the PBA, said that he was pleased with Mamdani's decision to keep Tish on board. The union boss stressed, though, the importance of stability after high turnover in the Adams administration and suggested that increasing pay would help the city retain more police officers. We also heard from Governor Kathy Hochul, who said that she believes Tish could play an important role in preventing President Trump from sending the National Guard to New York City. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
All right. Everybody's keeping an eye on that 9:45 press conference to begin the conversation about what the conversation might be tomorrow.
Doesn't it make sense that we want everybody to kind of get along? I mean, New Yorkers are stuck in the middle, you know?
I think people elected him mayor of New York. People elected Donald Trump. No, president of the United States.
Right. Oh,
but they elected each one to get things done for the people.
Right.
So hopefully they'll get together in a room.
I think it's a great idea.
Cooler heads will
We've got to
prevail.
wait and see what happens,
We'll
but there's
find
got to
out.
be a good conversation, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a conversation. Nonetheless, thank you very much. All right, staying here locally, developers have filed a lawsuit over Mayor Adams' move to take the Elizabeth Street Garden in Soho and make it a city park.
Well, the suit filed yesterday in Manhattan Supreme Court says the move violates city charter rules for changes to the city map. The developers are also asking for a restraining order to block the move that would halt their 123-unit senior housing project at the Garden. Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani had previously pledged to move the project forward. I mean, what they're planning to do there, 123 units, are we spending a lot of time on something that's 120? Don't we need to, like, house thousands of people? Let's find out this. I think there's, like, the city has thousands of empty lots that they're sitting on.
Okay.
Let's look at it.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Anyway, let's talk about the Panel for Educational Policy. They voted to extend the contract for New York City bus companies for 3 years.
This extension was a compromise after the panel rejected a longer 5-year deal. The bus companies transport around 150,000 public school students. About 68,000 of them are special needs. The yellow bus companies have been operating on monthly emergency contracts since this summer after their 5-year contract expired back in June. Parents are hoping the deal will fix chronic delays and no-shows that have plagued routes for months. And your child's next high school play just might be Hamilton.
I can hear it now. Concord Theatricals now holds the exclusive worldwide secondary stage licensing rights to the hit Broadway show. And that, they say, now they're working on a teen edition, which will be available to young performers. It's expected to launch in 2028. All right, a lot of high school musicals. I can see it now.
A lot of them are doing it already, and it's technically illegal, so this will clear the way for them to be able to do it and not worry about being sued.
Fantastic. All right.
And it was announced by Lin-Manuel Miranda, by the way, so he's the one that's opening the door.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
All right, coming up. What's that smell in Grand Central?
It's actually a good smell, to be clear. We're on top of the new campaign that's got people sniffing some holiday spirit.
In my heart is a Christmas tree farm. There's a light in the barn. We'd run inside.
Fox.
Have you noticed a kind of woodsy smell in Grand Central subway station? If so, you're not imagining things.
It's actually part of a new holiday campaign from Bath & Body Works called Grand Central, SCENTRAL.
Oh.
The campaign is being used as a way to generate revenue for the transit system. The MTA is using high-tech diffusers that pump out the scent. There you see it. If you want to do a sniff test, you only have, though, until November 30th. That's when the campaign ends, and I guess you'll actually have to go upstate to smell like upstate.
Right. Okay, that sounds nice.
Well, last night marked an extra special performance at Radio City Music Hall.
The world-famous Rockettes celebrating their 100th season in style, putting a spotlight on the group's history. Kendall Green has more on the company's legacy from the red carpet.
The Radio City Rockettes celebrating a major milestone full of lasting memories in their centennial holiday season as the longest-running precision dance company in the country. A star-studded occasion Caitlin and Olivia couldn't miss.
We've been coming for the past like 10 years, so.
Wow, so this is a tradition for y'all too.
Yeah.
This year, the stars of the annual Christmas Spectacular welcomed a fresh new century of performances, dazzling more than 1 million people each holiday season. Alexis Payton's proud to be a part of a lasting legacy that keeps generations of New Yorkers and tourists alike packing out Radio City Music Hall.
So I think it's so amazing that we get to reconnect with some old friends that we haven't seen in a few years, but also meet some new legacy Rockettes as well.
Honestly, I think the synchronization of the dancers, and I really like the kick line. I think that's really like cool.
I come as many times as possible, and it's always a joy every year. Even, you know, the show is just so special to the city.
Precision dancing done on a world-famous stage, drawing one generation to the next.
Just the holiday memories, a tradition. I hope when he's older he does the same thing with his kids, and it's just something we can pass on for the next 100 years.
The next 100 years of a growing exclusive club of the city's most talented dancers, all with one honor in common.
We all know once a Rockette, always a Rockette.
Generation after generation, star after star, celebrating another 100 years of high kicks. Kendall Green, Good Day, New York.
100 years. All right, from an old tradition to a new one. Did you get the Wordle today?
Oh.
How about the mini crossword?
All right. For many people, every day they start their coffee with the New York Times games. We're chatting with the editor, Everdeen Mason. When we come right back, maybe she'll give us some hints on the games today.
Yeah, it looks like she's already working on the Wordle for the day. I got to do it as soon as the show's over.
All right, are you one of the millions of people who play Wordle every day? They play with friends, family, they share their results, they brag about it, they even post about it on social media. Check this out.
I just got a text from Savannah that said, and I quote, "Did you play Wordle yet?" So I'm kind of scared.
I'm going to start with the word stuck today.
I cheat at Wordle. I don't know why I just said that.
Oh my god, the sequence of events that just occurred is actually crazy. I almost just broke a tooth. No!
Oh, Wordle's actually the most popular game in the New York Times, and now the games section has expanded to a whole array of new puzzles and word games. Joining us now, Executive Editorial Director of New York Times Games, Everdeen Mason. Nice to see you.
Hi.
And I raised my hand because I'm a daily Wordle player. I play Connections. I play Sports Connections on the Athletic app.
Yes.
Like, this thing, addicting is not a fair word, but it's addicting.
I mean, it's habit forming.
I like that. I like that. And habit's 5 letters.
Yes.
So you start thinking that way, though, when you play Wordle all the time because you're like trying to figure out the word. Why do you think this has just become such a part of so many people's lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think, during the pandemic, people were really looking for a way to easily connect with their friends and family. It's so social, and, it's kind of crazy that every day tens of millions of people are doing the exact same thing that you are. And I think it's just really easy to kind of align your day with it. My friends and I were just debating this weekend over whether they use the same word every day to start or whether they use a random word every day to start. And it was a divide. And it was like, oh, you choose chaos, you choose order, So
That's interesting, those two words. Okay.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
It's a really fun way for people to relate to each other.
So there's something new happening, right?
Yes. Now we have something called Create Your Own Wordle. So you can now make a Wordle with 4 to 7 letters and kind of turn your kind of inside jokes into a little game for you to play with your friends.
Oh, that's fun. We did that here.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll see
one
the
person
results?
didn't do so well. The other one did.
Okay, so let's start with the person who didn't do so well. All right, so what we did was I created a word, 5 letters, 5 characters, that you had to answer, and then you did the same for me.
Yes. Okay.
So this is the word. I created the word for Rosanna. This is her first attempt.
Okay.
First of all, I assume most people know how to play Wordle, but just explain it real quick.
Yeah, so Wordle, you have 6 guesses to try to get a 5-letter word. The first guess is important because it's going to set you up for the rest of the game.
Obviously, I screwed that one up.
Yes, so no, you did great. So yellow means that this letter is somewhere in the word. Gray means it's not in there. So you can now start to narrow down what your next guess is going to be.
And if you see it green, that means it's in the right spot.
It's in the right spot, yes.
So movie, you didn't, but you got the O, and then you moved it.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
You got it in the right spot, and you got the R.
Next one, no.
Wait. Wow. So how'd you go from having an O and an R to a word with neither one?
I know. Well, I think I was totally in my own little world.
I get it. Sometimes you just want to see what happens.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Everdeen, for having my back.
She wanted to see what happened again.
Yeah. It was
and also, you didn't have the S before. Did you just quit halfway through?
I know I did. Yesterday, let me tell you about yesterday. Yesterday we did 3 hours of our show. Then they had an hour of post tapes. I didn't even get a chance to go to the bathroom.
Everybody has problems.
Yes.
All right, what was her final attempt? Worry. Okay.
I know.
My word was crowd. Crowd.
Okay, let's see how you did.
Okay, so now you gave a word that I had to try and solve.
Okay.
All right, so you're so close. You're right. Okay.
So
All right,
close.
so here's my thing. I always start with audio.
Okay.
Interesting.
It gives me 4 vowels.
I'm going to steal that now.
Yeah, because you want as many vowels as possible.
Okay.
So I got the A and the U so that they're usually staying together.
Okay.
So I just moved them over. I got pause, and it says, oh, A-U. Oh, and now I got an E, and it tells me the S is there. The S has to be somewhere else.
You did it in 3 tries?
3 tries, just like that.
Well done.
I should have done gravy.
Well, I think for me, and as you say, some people have a word that they always start with.
Yes.
I feel comfortable with audio because it gives me so many vowels, and I use that as a clue right away.
Yes.
That's my strategy.
I'm copying you.
You can use. There's patio. There's multiple words you can do.
A lot of people use a do.
All right, so there's new sections coming out, Everdeen, right? Like what do we have coming out?
Yes, so we have our annual Puzzle Mania section that comes out in print this weekend on November 23rd. I'm so excited about it. It's our 11th edition. We do this every year, and it's an enormous spread of puzzles. Every single puzzle editor works on this section. So you'll see kind of special versions of Wordle, Connections, all your favorites. And the star of the show is an enormous, super mega crossword. It's about 50 by 50 on a grid. It takes up the whole spreadsheet. A lot of people like to kind of tape it up on a wall, and people join and solve it together. One of my puzzle editors, Christina Iverson, made this year's edition, and she told me it is one of the hardest things she's ever done, including her college thesis. So so it is a work of art. So if you already have home delivery, first of all, thank you, bless you.
Yes.
You will receive that on November 23rd. If you don't have home delivery, you can pre-order just that special section, and you'll get it on Monday the 24th. Highly recommend. It's so fun to do with your family.
And you've got a special book coming out this year as
yes,
well. Only
the book is
$7, so a nice gift.
Yes, the book is already out. You can get it wherever you get your books. Joel Fagliano, who also works on the mini crossword, he is the big author of that book, and it's amazing. It's really pretty too.
Oh yeah, that looks great. Okay.
Yes, that's our special section.
Everdeen,
She's
so nice
cute.
to meet you in person. Come
Yes.
back again.
Would
I need to
love
get back into the Wordle fun.
Yes,
you know?
yes. And don't let him bully you.
I'm starting with
Start with audio.
There you go. We'll see how that works out for you, because you won't use those letters anymore anyway. So what's the point? Thank you, Everdeen.
Thank you. I got my own way of doing things. All right, coming up right here on Good Day, we've got a film, TV, and stage legend who knows how to captivate any audience.
Oscar-winning actor F. Murray Abraham. He's joining us. He's going to talk about his Broadway play, The Queen of Versailles, and so much more. Look at how comfortable he looks in that couch.
I know. He's got a nice pink sweatshirt, too. I like that.
Come and see the show. Come on. Come on.
To the demonstration.
Oscar winner F. Murray Abraham, an acting icon. He's been delivering unforgettable performances across TV, film, stage for more than 4 decades, and he's back on Broadway alongside Kristen Chenoweth in the musical The Queen of Versailles.
It's based on the documentary of the same name. It's the story of building the American dream and the pressures we face to live up to unrealistic expectations. F. Murray Abraham's on the Good Day couch. Very nice to meet you, sir.
I'm so glad to be here.
So let's talk about this. First of all, you're back on Broadway, which is very good for us.
Thank you.
But this is based off of a documentary from 2012. Explain to people exactly what this is about chasing the American dream, because the goal in the documentary was to build the biggest house in America.
Yeah, well, it's the same old thing, man. Well, be careful what you wish for, because when you get it, you may have some real problems you never expected. Just because you're filthy rich doesn't mean you don't have big problems. But I would really like to talk about this woman, Kristen Chenoweth. I sincerely believe she's the best entertainer in America. She is remarkable. But it's full of really wonderful women performers. You said 4 generations. I've been doing this for 60 years. And we represent 5 generations. 4 powerful women and 1 powerful man. It's something for everyone. I can't push this show enough, because I really believe in it.
Well, you performed with Kristen before. You guys are back together again, so you've seen the beauty of her talent.
Oh, extraordinary. I mean, really. She's on 90% of the time, and when she's out there, she's putting it out.
How is somebody that little, okay, have that much voice and energy and charisma?
Yeah, like you. No, really. But she's not even 5 feet tall, and she's got these pipes, man. But also, it's her spirit.
Yeah.
She's a real leader. I can't say enough about her. I really love her. Anyhow, I'm not talking about her. Let's talk about me.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about you. By the way, so you play the husband in the show?
Yeah.
And
he's a real guy. I mean, I saw them together, and he's a tough guy. You got to be tough if you're going to make $1 billion from nothing, right?
Yeah. So you got to meet him before he passed, right?
Yeah. And he was like solid and tough and very quiet. But there was a connection between the two of them that you could feel. So that was his weakness, really. He really loved her, and he was a killer otherwise. And that's what I play.
So you're still doing this. You talk about you've been doing it for 60 years. You're back on Broadway. All the movies and TVs and everything. You know, it's out there. It's on Google. You just turned 86 3 weeks ago. You got great energy. But I read where you also said, like, you need to do this. You still want to do this.
Yeah. I'm lucky to be able to do what I love, because I don't really know what I would do otherwise. I guess I'd find something, but I really belong in the theater, and I like making movies. It's fun, and it's, you know, makes the rent. But anyway, I think that I'm grateful to whatever powers there are, because it ain't the way I've lived my life, baby.
Well,
I'm a child of the 60s. Look out.
Yeah, you have quite the life. And by the way, great feature in the New York Times about your apartment and your backstory. Yeah. And I think I admitted to you before the show went on that I was staking out your apartment in Brooklyn in Park Slope after you won the Oscar in Amadeus. And I've been a fan ever since. White Lotus.
Yeah.
So good.
Boy, what a treat. My mother's Italian, and I do a lot of work in Italy, but Sicily's different. Sicily has a different kind of... Anyhow, I fell in love with it. And you could see, I think, everyone liked each other in that show.
I know, and you and Michael, speaking of Michael, your son, you guys really forged great friendship. In fact, while you were off doing another movie, his wife was redecorating your apartment.
Victoria decorated my apartment.
Which
We've
is
become
crazy.
very close friends.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, it's really good
Do you
luck.
think you guys will ever get back on stage or screen, you know?
Together?
Well, I hope so, because we have a very strong bond. He's Italian, too, and I don't know. It's one of those lucky things. The friendships really are what is, I guess, the most important thing in our lives, isn't it, finally?
Yeah. Yep.
You're lucky if you get them.
Yeah. It's amazing. You appreciate your friends when you're young and when you're older. It's like those extremes of life. For whatever reason, it really makes people more valuable to you.
And the thing that I discovered, I'm 86, as you pointed out, is that you start to lose those friends. I mean, everybody knows about it, but it doesn't hit you till it happens to you, you know? Otherwise, I got no complaints.
Meanwhile, you got to get ready for a show tonight.
I got a rehearsal today, too.
Oh, you rehearse?
We're going to put somebody into the show, so we got to rehearse and then do the show tonight. And as far as I'm concerned, that's nothing but good luck.
Hey, one thing I saw, too, you talked about the Oscar for Amadeus. You won it in 1985. That it appears on stage every night? The Oscar itself?
It's hidden backstage, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, the stage manager puts it in different places and people discover it. It's not for the audience, it's for the cast. And they make costumes for him.
Oh, really?
Otherwise, he hides out in a favorite bistro of mine.
Here in
He's
the
up
city.
with the liquor bottles.
Yeah.
And people think it's a bottle of whiskey.
Oh, that is so fun. That is so fun. We got to go see you, F. Murray Abraham.
Exactly. Come see it.
Queen of Versailles on Broadway. 8 performances a week, right?
That's right.
Look at you. 2 yesterday?
Nothing but luck.
Well, we appreciate it. It's very nice for me to meet you.
What
I know
a
you've met
pleasure.
me before.
Thanks a lot.
So thank you so much for coming on Good Day.
Yeah.
All right.
See you.
We'll see you. We'll see you at the play.
It's really a pleasure.
See you when I see you. Thank you.
All right, when we come back, Grammy-nominated artist Jordan Sparks is back in our studio.
All right, she's here with former NBA star Byron Scott. Together, they're betting big on everyday entrepreneurs, and we're going to tell you how you can also bet big on America's Real Deal when we come right back. Grammy-nominated recording artist Jordan Sparks making big moves right now. She's bringing us some holiday cheer with her new Roku film, Merry Little Mystery.
Yeah, but that's just the beginning. She's also joining forces with NBA legend Byron Scott to redefine reality TV with their new show, America's Real Deal. It lets you shop, invest, and play all in real time. Jordan and Byron join us here on the Good Day Couch. First of all, thanks for coming in. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having us. It's always a pleasure to sit across from you guys.
It's always great to hear about new projects involving you because you are the best. Byron, I'm going to get to you in a second, but ladies first.
Without a doubt.
Jordan, before we talk about the movie, let's talk about this. I love this concept here.
Thank you.
That people I don't want to compare it to Shark Tank, but it's like Shark Tank where real people can make money at home.
Yes, yes. So it's really amazing because similar to Shark Tank, people come on and they're asking for investments, but with the spin on this, there are 3 different businesses that come on and compete. So there's that's also different. And then people at home can sit and scan a QR code, and if they like something, they can invest in it as well. So, I mean, I would have invested in Scrub Daddy if I had the chance, you know? So, I just think it's a great way to get people involved and also to open up those conversations about finances and portfolios and, you know, maybe conversations that might not be easy to kind of open up can happen when you're sitting at home chilling. So, yeah, I like it a lot.
And, Barry, you're going to kind of co-host with, not kind of, you're going to co-host with her as well. How'd you get involved in this?
Well, I'm not co-hosting. She's the
He's an
host.
icon. He's got the bag. Okay? He's got the bag.
I'm the guy that gets a chance to invest and ask the questions. So a lot of these companies that come and kind of give us their elevator pitch and talk to us about why they need the money and what they want to do with the money. And I love the fact that we're giving opportunities to families for generational wealth that they wouldn't normally get. You know, you can sit at home and, like Jordan said, you can see the company on TV and say, man, I wish I could invest in that company. Well, now you can. You can hit the QR code and you can invest as little as $100.
That's great.
Or as much as you want. And if you don't want to invest, but you like the product, you can still buy, you know, products from that company. So I thought it was just an unbelievable idea. And when Rasha and Adams, you know, got to me and said, look, we want you involved. And I looked at it and I said, wow, this is unbelievable. And I thought it was a game changer.
And your wife's involved too, right?
My wife's involved as well. My wife is an entrepreneur. She's a business owner, has been for 27 years. She's an RN. And she is the yin to my yang.
Oh, no, it truly is. Shout out to Cece.
We have so much fun. Yeah,
so, Jordan, it doesn't matter whether these are your favorite entrepreneurial endeavors, but you're giving these people a start.
Yeah.
And we're also getting in on the entry level.
Yeah, everybody wins in this situation, I feel like.
Is it almost like a crowdsourcing? Not really.
We do. It's through equity crowdfunding campaign. Yes, it's an equity crowdfunding campaign, and they are able to use that, and through that, they're able to do the QR code and allows people to invest.
And then do you get like the documents at home, like to say that you're part of the
official investor?
Yeah, an official investor.
Do they get certificates?
Yeah, they have to get a certificate. Of course they do.
Yes.
It's legal.
Oh, that's so cool.
This is a real thing.
It's the real deal.
It's America's real deal. You can see it. AmericasRealDeal.com. That's where you log on to see it.
It's also on the Roku channel.
On the Roku channel as well.
Now.
You're Ms. Roku right now.
Tubi channel on December 3rd.
Tubi, which is owned by Fox.
Wow.
Yes. And
December 3rd.
Look at us.
Absolutely free.
Look at the synergy.
Bring it all together. I want to catch you while we're here talking about this movie that you're doing for Roku as well.
Yes. So it's called Merry Little Mystery, and it's everything you want out of a Christmas movie. Warm fuzzies. There's a little bit of cheese. It's so sweet, and it just brings you all the warmth of the holidays. But I play Natasha, who's coming home, kind of trying to figure out what she's doing with her life, and lo and behold, a very handsome reporter knocks on the door and is trying to figure out what's happening in the town, and I am trying to throw him off the trail. And then I guess you guys can figure out what happens. You can figure out what happens after that.
It's a happy ending.
Yeah, it's a happy ending.
All right, we got a little clip. Let's see.
I started the tradition the very first Christmas you came to live with us.
This is Grandpa's legacy. What if I mess it up?
You said you've been trying to figure out what you could do with your life to help people.
I'm writing an article about your town's mystery giver.
Out of all the people who've tried to figure it out over the years, what makes you think that you're going to figure out who our Santa is?
Because I don't quit till I get what I'm after.
Okay, why are you laughing so much, Jordan?
I'm laughing because I've only seen these clips a few times, and so I'm just really excited to watch the movie. I hope people are excited too. Add me to your Christmas movie playlist, please.
She looks so cute.
Exactly.
Give me a little beanie, you know?
It's free on Roku as well.
Yes.
I want to ask you real quick before I let you go, Byron, about the Knicks. You play in the NBA, you coach the NBA, you know Mike Brown.
Yeah.
What do you expect from the Knicks this year?
Well, I think what everybody in New York expects, a championship, you know? And I think that's hard to do with Mike Brown, you know, just coming on board. It's going to take some time for the players to adjust to his system. I watched the game last night against Dallas, you know, good comeback win.
What a finish.
Their first road win, which was a little surprising for me. But I know Mike really well. He's a hell of a coach. He's got one of the best players in the league, and JB and Jalen Bronson played with his dad way back in the day. So I know how his DNA is, and I know what type of guy he is, and I know he wants to bring a championship to New York. So I wish him all the best, but it's going to be hard to beat OKC.
Man, well,
I'm just saying.
Just get there. Last year they got close to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Champions are looking really good right now. It's going to be hard to beat them.
It's been a while. If New York is in the NBA Finals, this place will go nuts.
So I know.
This is a basketball.
They won last year.
Yeah, exactly.
They were in the Eastern Conference Finals. So they get to the finals, it's going to go crazy out here in New York.
And Jordan, tell your dad the Giants. They'll get back someday.
I will. I know. He's sitting complaining about the Giants all the time. You know, that's a daily conversation we have. But yes, I'll let him know.
All right, Byron Scott, Jordan Sparks, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck. Everybody check out both your endeavors.
America's Real Deal and Very Little Mystery.
All right, all on Roku and soon to be on Tubi. All right, when we come back, good food, great music, vibes are immaculate at the sushi bar, this special sushi bar down in the Village.
Ryan Christopher is taking us to, what's it called? Tokyo Record Bar, that's it, when we come back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop.
Five.
Well, food and music are two of life's simple pleasures. And the spot downtown is making sure you get a little bit of both.
All right, Ryan Christopher, look at you checking out this place.
Come on now. It's Tokyo Record Bar. If you have a chance, check it out maybe before a show, whatever you got planned this weekend. It's nestled right in Greenwich Village, and it is delicious, and the vibe is immaculate.
I come from a background very fine dining restaurants, so in generally it's like much more quiet, a service that is very focused and very like dedicated to just silence and listening to the chef. And here it happens often that you are cooking and you don't realize you're singing along to the songs.
That's Chilean-born chef Ignacia Valdez, the head chef at Tokyo Record Bar in Greenwich Village, where they're serving up high-end omakase cuisine paired with good music, strictly spinning on vinyl. Upstairs, you'll find eclectic drinks on the menu with various DJs on the turntables 7 days a week. And downstairs, the guests actually put in requests and select a playlist paired with the prefix menu.
You come on a Tuesday and you have some very disco moods, but you can come after on a Friday and it's more techno and it's more like party mode. Hey, do you mind saucing and putting the rice in the bowl? So we can serve the duck.
All right, it's time to taste some dishes with Chef Valdez.
This one I always recommend to eat it with your hands.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So get dirty with it.
Get dirty.
Okay. So again, this is made up of what?
It's a potato layer with a torch mackerel, pil sauce, homemade relish, smoked trout roe.
This is unreal. Can I have like 5 more of those, Chef, please? That was so delicious. Next up, Chef is serving a sweet and salty delight, tomato sorbet on nori with rice paper.
And when you open it up, it has tuna, bluefin tuna, on top of a cashew cream, guajillo oil, and purple shiso. So that is the tomato gazpacho that we turn into a sorbet.
Chef, come on now. That's crazy. And who thinks of doing that? Now for the main entree, duck breast with a specialty sauce.
The sauce is very nutty, and it has a lot of Korean condiments like kimchi and gochujang, but it also has our own mixed powder that we make in-house that is a mix of nuts and seasonings that all go together, and we do like a chili oil, and we put it on top of it.
This is unreal. Oh, and we can't forget to request a song. I mean, it is Tokyo Record Bar. Here's mine. You ready? Okay, don't tell Chef. Bee Gees, do a little disco. Hit it! Oh, yeah. Oh, you hear the crackle, Chef. Come on now. The Bee Gees, baby. All right, so describe this final dish here. This is so delicious.
This is the sashimi platter that has a catch of the day, so it would change depending on the day that you arrive. And it's generally raw fish, but we always have oysters as well. Oysters. The connection of the 3 of them is that they all have a type of spicy, peppery condiment on top. So in this one you have serrano peppers. This one is the red pepper spicy. On top of this you have a yuzu spicy condiment. I love that I have the prefix downstairs because it gives me a lot of fish for upstairs as well, so I can do this platter without making too much effort, if you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. Keep it simple. Moving. Come on, guys. We're moving and grooving here in studio. We have Chef Valdez from Tokyo Record Bar here.
Hello.
What's up, Chef? So you brought some beautiful, delicious food here this morning for Curt and Rosanna. We got to start with the popcorn. And Curt has been to the restaurant before.
Yes, and this popcorn, I'm telling you, you can't stop eating it. We kept going, can we get more popcorn? We ordered food.
It's that good.
But we got more popcorn.
Oh, that's good. What do you do to this popcorn?
So honestly, it has been one recipe that has been in Tokyo Record Bar for a while now, and it's togarashi, so it has a mix of Japanese spice blends.
Wow, delicious, delicious. Now we have cucumbers, Ro. That's up next.
Everything smells so good.
Yeah, so the cucumbers are a spicy cucumber with a sweet tangy sauce. And here you guys have a tuna tartare that is on top of tostadas that are gyoza doughs that we deep fry to make a tostada dough.
Wow.
And a sweet tangy peanut sauce.
Delicious.
And what's this?
So that is my first starter in the downstairs menu because downstairs is a prefix.
Okay.
And it's a layered potato that we deep fry, and it has a pil sauce, a Spanish mackerel torch, and some smoked trout roe.
That looks amazing.
I'm eating mine if you guys don't mind. I'm going to take a little bite here. Now what's on top again, Chef?
It's the Spanish mackerel that is torched, and it has smoked trout roe and mirin glaze, pil sauce,
fantastic,
homemade relish.
So delicious.
Everything just looks so beautiful, and
everything is. I can tell you, I've had
aroma
it.
is just so fantastic.
It's really good because you talk about downstairs and you got the price fixed menu, but you can also order, at least upstairs, a la carte, right?
Yes, and it's more bar food and snacks, and we have some fried chicken, some fried shrimp balls.
Oh, look at you!
Right, so a little bit of everything.
A little bit of
Plus the music. I mean, the whole vinyl experience kind of takes you back in time a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
at least when we were there, we were able to go, oh, look at that album. Can you play that? We haven't heard that in a long time. And they'll take it out and they'll put it on the record player. It's a great experience.
There you go.
And the food's fantastic as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
unique.
Chef.
Thank you. All right,
appreciate
this is.
it.
I think this sounds like a class trip.
Yeah,
you
let's all
know?
go. I'm with you.
Mike, what do you think?
It is. It's a good time.
I know.
I've been there too, Curt. So you're not the only cook
It's in
in
your
the house.
neighborhood, right?
It is in my neighborhood, exactly. So that's the place to be. So let's check it out. Let's do it. All right, the weekend's just a day away, and we've got some sunshine trying to break out again. But, you know, we're only going to get a little bit of it here this morning. But later in the afternoon, hopefully a lot more. But it's still going to be kind of a cooler day out there altogether. Lots of clouds clouds rolling across the tri-state, but I do notice that the clouds are starting to break up, which is what we expected to happen as we get a little deeper into it. But yeah, it looks like altogether our temperatures starting off like this. We got 43 out at Central Park right now. We've got 39 in White Plains, 29 degrees for you in Monticello, with that wind coming in from the northwest at around 3 to 7 miles per hour. High pressure is trying to build in, trying to break up some of this cloud cover, and we will see more and more of the sunshine for you for a little while here later on this afternoon. So we'll get a clearing sky for you later in the afternoon, but then tomorrow we've got the next cold front approaching. That's what brings back the clouds and showers, but most of that isn't happening until sometime tomorrow night into early Saturday morning, and then we will be done after that. So a quick round of showers coming at you tomorrow night, and that's it. High temperature today, 49 degrees with more sunshine breakout in the afternoon. Then showers come through in the overnight hours Friday into Saturday. Then we get a break on Sunday and Monday, and then I think a lot of folks will start to focus in on what's happening Tuesday, Wednesday, because those are travel days for the Thanksgiving holiday. Right now, looks a little wet going into the holiday commute.
You still have time.
For those who have to do it.
You got a long time.
And at least it's warm, too. Almost 60. We'll take it.
I know. That's a good sign.
There are parades. We
There
don't
you go.
need rain.
And as long as we get out of here in time for the parade, we're good.
Okay, good.
There's about half the amount of popcorn here that was here before. And it's not just Ryan and me who's eating this. Everybody over here is...
All the producers are coming out of the woodwork.
Exactly.
Especially one. Good day.
We'll
Coming
be
right back. All right, tomorrow on Good Day, Gia Giudice's here. You know, she's one of the finalists on Special Forces World's Toughest Test, which is tonight.
Yeah, they're down to the final 5. The winner will be decided tonight, 9 o'clock, right here on Fox 5.
Okay, so Gia's on tomorrow. We'll see how she did.
Yeah.
All right, meanwhile, stay tuned. Sherry Shepherd's next. Jennifer Hudson at 11.
You know what Sherry's doing? It's her 500th episode.
I think I know that.
Yes. It's got Tracy Morgan on for it.
Fun.
All right, and don't forget after those two to watch the new. That's coming up in just a bit right now. Get out there and enjoy it while there's no raindrops falling out of the sky. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good day, New York.
right, Newsroom Live, it is 10:02. Thank you so much for sticking with us. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, watching Good Day New York, now you're watching Newsroom Live. It's a busy morning. You can see right on our camera right there, Live View 4. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is in Lower Manhattan right now. He's answering questions. Just to set this up before we go to the news conference, he did confirm that tomorrow he will be going to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Trump. So now let's take a listen in to his news conference that is underway down there, Lower Manhattan, City Hall Park. If we have it, we can go ahead and go to it whenever we can.
It's cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they said that they remembered being able to afford their rent, their childcare, their Con Ed, their public transit more 4 years ago than they could in that moment. And we ran a campaign focused on the same thing, cost of living. And what we found actually is that 1 in 10 New Yorkers who voted for Trump ended up voting for our campaign. And they did so because they're looking for leaders to actually deliver on the cost of living crisis. That's why everything comes back to making the case for an affordability agenda. I will meet with anyone, I will speak to everyone, so long as it could stand to benefit an economic agenda for New Yorkers. And that's where I will always make the case.
Mr. Malik, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? You're not cold?
Got a jacket here.
Yeah.
So you appointed Jessica Tisch as your next police commissioner yesterday. You've been talking about all the things where you agree on, right? You seem to have insinuated a new kind of SRG to respond to protests. What about things you don't agree on? What about the 2019 criminal justice reform? Where did you land on that? And as well as the gang database is something you called for during your campaign that you would eliminate.
You know, I think that these are disagreements that are actually signs of a healthy relationship. And I mean that in that too often mayors and leaders are looking to surround themselves with people who are characterized by the quickness with which they can say yes, as opposed to the quickness with which they can tell you their honest opinion. And I'm very clear in my support for the criminal legal reforms. For example, one disagreement that I have with what the commissioner has stated is I believe the issue with raise the age is not the language within the legislation. I believe the issue is the fact that there were significant amounts of money that were set to be delivered to help with the implementation of that criminal legal reform that were never released and continue to languish within Albany. That is one point of disagreement and one place where I continue to hope to advocate for the release of that funding.
And what about the gang database? Are you allowing her to keep that on? Is that something where you still disagree? Where do you land on that now?
I continue to have concerns about the vast dragnet and ways in which many New Yorkers are being put into that database. Can I do the first one and then you go? Yeah. I spoke specifically about the race that was being considered yesterday, which is New York 8. This was not a sweeping statement. This was specific. What I've said is that my focus is on delivering immediate steps towards accountability. The CCRB is tasked with that accountability. And right now, we are seeing that petty politics and budget battles have rendered it all the more difficult for them to deliver that. In 2024, lack of funding led to the CCRB dropping at least 700 cases. And I've heard estimates from others that the number is actually, in fact, higher than that. What I am committing to is fully funding the CCRB immediately, such that we can ensure these days of these kinds of budget battles come to an end. No, what I believe is that the CCRB's recommendation should be taken seriously, and that we should ensure they're able to make those recommendations time and again, not having to worry about whether they have the funding to assess those cases. How's it going? This is a meeting to share the facts about the affordability crisis in the city, a meeting to speak about the importance of public safety and economic security. You know, when we speak about what New Yorkers are going through right now, they are facing a reality that they may have to leave this city. You know, I have met New Yorkers time and time again who, when I ask them where they live, they tell me it's other states. They tell me they live in New Jersey, they live in Pennsylvania, they live in Connecticut. That's because we've priced them out. And my intention is to make clear to the president what New Yorkers are having to live through right now and how important it is for us to deliver for those same New Yorkers. Well, I think affordability was at the core of our campaign. And also, it was affordability based on a value of protecting each and every New Yorker. That means protecting them from price gouging in their lives. It also means protecting them from ICE agents and making it clear that I will look to be representing every single person who calls the city home.
Mr. Mayor-elect, you're going into the Oval Office, but you and the president have been openly critical of each other, name-calling, calling you by your middle name. How do you avoid being cocky in the Oval Office? You're on his turf, but he could attack. What's the plan?
Well, I think being a New Yorker means that you're prepared for all situations, all kind of comments, all kind of commentary. And at the end of it, the focus has to be, what's the case that you're making? Why are you there? And for me, it's not about myself. It's not about a relationship with an individual. It's about a relationship between New York City and the White House, the president, the federal administration. And I will look to make clear that my interest goes beyond any one of an individual. It's for the people that I look to represent. That's the case I'll make.
Do you take that in an Oval Office meeting, though? Because we saw what happened with President Zelensky. What happens? Do you swipe back?
I'll stand up for New Yorkers every single day. Thank you, man.
Will you meet with Schumer and Jeffries at all while you're in Washington?
This is the only meeting I have to share details on. As soon as I have any more details on it. It's going to be happening tomorrow. Not as yet, brother, but I'll let you know when we do.
Okay, so that was Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. He was at his news conference there. He's actually at City Hall Park, if you're familiar with that. You can see City Hall is just to the right of the screen there. He did confirm that tomorrow he will be heading down to Washington, D.C., where he will be meeting with President Donald Trump. He said, "I will meet with anyone if it's for the good of New Yorkers." He says he intends to reach out and give his message of affordability, the message that he campaigned on so much here, and the reason why he did win the New York City mayoral race. The affordability issue certainly was at the core of that. We're going to take a quick break. It is 10:09. We've been on since 10 o'clock. When we come back, Briella Tomasetti is here. She's going to sort of digest with us what we just heard. So quick break and we'll be right back.
Sorry, something happened. All right, welcome back. Newsroom Live. It is 10:11 on a Thursday morning. What a busy morning this has become. We just heard from Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. He essentially confirmed
that he will be going down to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with President Trump. Briella Tomasetti here now. You've been reporting on this all morning.
All morning, yeah.
So not unexpected that he did confirm this news.
No, this is a meeting we all expected to happen. The question wasn't if, it was more so when.
Right.
Took some of us by surprise. I was reporting on it this morning. I'm like, all right, a little bit soon, but they're hitting the gas pedal on this.
It's getting ready to go.
Yeah.
And so he talked about it, the mayor-elect. Some people question, well, why would you go down there? Why do you want to meet with President Trump? He's still calling you the communist mayor of New York City. Let's take a listen to what he said at the very beginning of that news conference just a couple minutes ago.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Everyone set? Good? All right. I will be heading to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with President Trump in the White House. It is customary for an incoming mayor of this city to meet with the White House, given the mutual reliance. It's more critical than ever, given the national crisis of affordability, one that New Yorkers know very well across these 5 boroughs, and the specific challenge many cities are facing with balancing public safety against steps taken by this administration. I know that for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, this meeting is between 2 very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis that makes it impossible for working people to afford living in this city. My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so. Thank you.
All right, so we just heard from the mayor-elect there. Essentially what he's saying is, I'll meet with anybody if it's for the good of New Yorkers. So we kind of expected him to say something along those lines. And we did get the initial confirmation about this last night when President Trump put out, it's not a tweet, it's a Truth Social post.
Truth Social post.
What did he say in that post?
He somewhat mocked Mamdani, which is why a lot of people, like you said, are asking, hey, why do you want to go meet with him? Doing this for New York. I'm not doing this because I have to. It's because I want to. And let me get that statement for you. He
spoke and he put it out on Truth Social. And
I got it.
Essentially wasn't too complimentary of the mayor. Okay, there we go. It's
not
right there.
Not
We got
much
it right
of.
on screen.
We got it right there. All right, so let's read it. Communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, and that's in quotations, his middle name, has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Further details to follow.
Okay, so it's interesting you put the quotations around the name. I mean, essentially trying to convey something there, obviously, is sort of part of that. If for no other reason than to just say you're coming into my house and this is how you're going to be treated.
And you kind of actually see, I mean, looking at the elections from just earlier this month, Republicans didn't fare too well. And I think that Trump's tone is changing a little bit to address affordability more. He knows that Mamdani not only gained momentum, he won the mayoral election, and he did acknowledge the polls that it looked like he was going to win. But maybe this could be a productive conversation. This is also somebody who threatened to pull federal funding from the city should Mamdani have won. And he did.
And now it looks like also that they made the announcement that maybe there's going to be more federal enforcement, some of those ICE raids and things along those lines.
We saw Tom Holman, the Borders are talking about that. I reported on that yesterday. We don't know when that will happen. What we've seen it happen in other cities. Charlotte, there was just a big ICE enforcement operation there.
Sure.
There you go. Took the words right out of my mouth. So this will be interesting to see. And we have a reporter going down there tomorrow, Morgan Mackay.
One of the things that was very interesting that he talked about, he was asked at the end of that news conference was, what if the president essentially comes at you the way he's coming at you in those tweets? Somebody brought up when the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, was at the White House and was in the Oval Office and was essentially berated
we don't want to take two.
by the president and by J.D. Vance, the vice president. And they asked him at the end of that press conference, said, if he does that to you, are you going to take it? And it was interesting because he said, I'm going to stand up I'm gonna stand up for New Yorkers. So in the one sense, he's kind of saying, I know this could be coming, but I got to stand up for myself in that way.
And this will probably be a closed-door meeting. And he said during his campaign before Mamdani, hey, listen, how are you going to address Trump? We heard it during the debates. And he said that he's going to stand up for New Yorkers. But does that mean verbally speaking out? You know, we don't know what's happening during that meeting.
Right.
Maybe Trump will likely take questions from reporters after, like he typically does in the Oval Office.
Right.
But are we going to see that whole thing play out?
Yeah, will they be on the chairs afterward?
Right,
where the
like
photographers
we've
are all
seen
there?
before.
It's certainly possible. You know, and this is one of those things where one of the most interesting things about this, obviously what they talk about, the affordability issues, whether or not federal dollars will continue to flow, what's going to happen with ICE, things along those lines. But so much of the campaign, especially from former Governor Andrew Cuomo, was that Mamdani doesn't have the experience to stand up to someone like Trump. He's going to get run over by him. And then all of a sudden here we have within the first 2 weeks that there's going to be this trip down to Washington, D.C. And it was Mamdani who was the one who initially reached out for it.
Yeah, and he also, you know, other than affordability, he really hit that on the hammer because that is the campaign promise he ran on. He's saying a lot of New Yorkers can't even pay their Con Ed bills. But public safety was another thing he said will come up in this conversation. So that's interesting given the timing of the Tisch announcement that he's keeping her on as commissioner. What's going to happen in that sector, what they're going to talk about locally and federally.
Yeah, at the same time. All right, 10:18 Thursday morning. Anything else? You got anything else in your notes there that you
Anything
wanted to talk about? I know we were talking
goodness.
all morning long. You were on this one. The one thing is because we heard from Mamdani last night. He was on what is it, the new NBC streaming channel, MS, I think, MS Live, or I can't remember what it's called right now. But we don't need to hear that because we heard from him this morning.
No, I'm looking at my notes. Let's see. I think we talked. We hit it all.
All right, perfect. All right, so let's take a quick break. Briella, thank you so much. We come back. Of course, the other big story down in D.C. is the Epstein files. Oh boy, when are those going to come out? What's going to be inside of them, and who's going to be in trouble? Maybe nobody. We'll be right back.
See. All right.
10:20, it is Newsroom Live. 10:21 actually here in the morning on a Thursday. And let's take a look at our big board. You can see we got video all across the country, including right here in New York City. But Live View 11 is the one that we're looking at right there because that's the White House, the People's House. Yes, sir, a lot of business happening there. We know that the mayor-elect, Zoran Mamdani, will be taking a visit down to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with President Trump. But it's also where President Trump signed this controversial law, proposal, legislation that orders the release of the Epstein files. A lot of debate about whether or not he was going to drag it out. But it happened last night, and he made an announcement on social media, right?
Yeah,
Is that what
Truth
happened?
Social at 8:50. You know, very often when the president signs a bill into law, he will have reporters into the Oval Office.
I'll make a big deal out
Make
of
a
it,
big
right?
deal
Yep.
out of it. Kind of give that flourish of the Sharpie as he's signing, and then talk to reporters.
Not this time.
Not this time. This was done out of public view.
Right.
We only found out about it when he posted about it on Truth Social again at 8:50, and as he posted about it, he railed against Democrats. He says they're affected, and I'm paraphrasing here a bit, but he said they're affected by it more than the Republicans are. And he also kind of changed the narrative just a little bit. He said that he's the one who had directed the leader of the Senate, John Thune, and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to get this bill passed. Well, that's not totally true.
After there was a lot of internal fracturing that looked like was going to turn against him, that's when it seemed like he turned
Yeah.
the ship a little bit.
Yeah, over the weekend is when, after months of objecting to this release and calling it a hoax and all that, finally over the weekend, he abruptly changed course, but only when it became clear that there was a groundswell, not only among Democrats, but also among many Republicans, to get this passed.
I thought it was interesting, when you hear about the Epstein files, a lot of people always think about these emails because that's really what's been cited. But we're talking about records tied to all kinds of different things that are all different investigations. What exactly are we talking about that could be in these files?
Not an exhaustive list, but we're talking about flight records.
Okay, yeah, those are important, right?
Anything
Epstein
about Ghislaine Maxwell, information related to Jeffrey Epstein's death. He committed suicide
in Manhattan,
in Lower
right?
Manhattan.
The federal lockup in Manhattan.
Yeah. So
a lot of conspiracies about was it
Right.
orchestrated to cover up so and so and so and so. So details related to that could be included in this as well.
Any sort of non-prosecution agreements.
Right.
So this is a very expansive list of documents, communications, information. But we should note that the legislation gives Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, 30 days to release this in a searchable, downloadable form. So in theory, you and I should be able to
click through
it and find whatever we want. Now, there are some loopholes in here.
Okay,
and
what are those?
one of them, kind of the most, there are some obvious ones. If any kind of information were to compromise victim privacy, if there's any sort of child pornography, that's off limits.
Redacted.
But what I'm most interested in, what a lot of people are most interested in, are kind of continuing investigations. So if there's an investigation into, you remember the other day, at the president's direction, Bondi started investigations into some prominent Democrats.
Right.
Former President Bill Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who was also the one-time head of Harvard.
Names mentioned recently, yeah.
And so some of the pundits started speculating that maybe Bondi will use these investigations as justification to not release certain files.
Was she asked about that?
She was.
Okay.
She was asked about that. Remember, she was asked about that. The sound we're about to hear is from yesterday morning. So this was before the president actually, this was after it had passed both houses of Congress, but before the president actually signed it. And a reporter asked her, like, hey, how are you gonna proceed here?
I got it. All right, so let's take a listen to that sound. This is Pam Bondi. Here we go.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law.
All right, so it sounds like she's going to follow the law. And so it's interesting what you're saying there, because if there are investigations that she says are ongoing, what's related to that could still be redacted. But didn't she say that the Epstein case was case closed a couple months ago? Isn't she the one who said that?
Absolutely. 4 months ago, she said, we determined this case is closed, nothing to see here. And now it's back open. And she was asked yesterday, hey, what changed? She said, new information.
Okay.
And when asked to elaborate on said information, she declined. So what is that new information? She's not saying. But I think it's interesting when she says follow the law. Even that's open to interpretation. Because what does following the law mean? What she considers to be
an interpretation,
or redactable or withholdable documents, someone else may not consider that to be justified.
Right.
So
we've got some loopholes to go.
There's some loopholes here.
November 20th, 30 days from now, theoretically would get you before Christmas.
Yeah, a couple days, with December 19th. I think when I looked it up earlier, assuming the 30-day count starts from yesterday.
Give or take the holidays in there. All right, so I'm sure we'll be tracking more of it. Robert, thank you very much. You're hosting Politics Unusual tomorrow, and
yes,
correct?
So Morgan's supposed to
Morgan
call
Mackay,
it. Morgan Mackay is going to be in D.C. for that all-important meeting with Mamdani and the president.
Yep.
I'll be holding down the fort back here. We're going to be looking at some of the other political issues of the day. There's a runoff coming up in the Jersey City mayor's race.
Big deal in Jersey City.
We're also looking, Mikey Sherrill, Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill is expected to resign her seat in Congress by the end of the day today.
Oh, okay.
So we'll kind of take a look at the transition as we go from Phil Murphy to Mikey Sherrill. Plenty of
and I'm sure
political...
something else will happen overnight.
Right, the day is young.
All right, it is 10:30, or just about 10:30. We've got a news conference that we're actually tracking. This is out of Queens. They've had a major gang bust with the Queens District Attorney, so we'll go to that live when it happens. And then Mike Woods, he's sitting right over there. He's getting ready. He's thinking. He's looking at his weather maps. He's considering, contemplating, and we're going to be right back with Mike in a second. All right, welcome back. Mike, what's going on? Let's say hi. Okay, that's our camera from behind us in the newsroom. There you go. And that's our big board there. You know, we got all kinds of video feeds coming in from all across the city. And the one that I wanted to look at, I think it's Lower Manhattan, right?
Okay.
It's, kind of gives us a nice picture of what the day is today. Did we have, we were pretty clear. We didn't have any rain much or anything like that overnight. We kind of had a nice calm weather evening.
Yeah, we had high, thin clouds come over the city. It's basically been kind of gloomy-ish looking, but no actual rain. Rain was yesterday morning, wrapped up around mid-morning, and from that point forward, it's been dry. sun's kind of struggled a little bit, as it's doing here today as well. But it's thin clouds that the sun's able to get through, but only to a certain degree. So temps are still a little bit cool outside, but at least we have some time off in terms of the rain. So I think we need it.
And a little bit of something tonight. What do we got to worry about tonight?
Yeah, so it's actually tomorrow night.
Okay,
so
so
here's
Friday
the deal.
night?
Yeah, it's tomorrow night that we have the rain trying to make a comeback. Today, it's clouds in the morning, sun in the afternoon, high gets to 49. Tomorrow, we make it up to 54 for a high.
Oh, I
but
like
there are
that,
showers
54.
coming through. I know, that's not bad. That's actually an above normal temperature. But showers come through in the overnight hours, I'd say between about 9 p.m. until about 3 a.m. into Saturday morning.
Okay.
It's not a lot of rain. It's just a little bit of rain coming through for us here in the tri-state, which we actually need a lot more rain. We're about 8 or 9 inches behind.
I don't like when you always say
it's kind of crazy.
So let's start talking about how much we need rain, which is probably
much-
true to keep our situation under
Reservoirs
control, right?
full. Exactly, but they're like 10% behind. And then we have to start talking about drought situation, the drought monitor, and it gets old.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's been that way for years, but there aren't too many storms going on out there. What we have right there, this just shows the thin cloud cover over the tri-state. But as you can see, there's nothing going on with the radar, so no rain here right now. But if you look off to the west and also
a
up to
little
the
something
north,
coming.
those are the two that are coming
Oh, I
in here
see.
for later tomorrow night and into Saturday morning. But for now, we're okay. 43 for a current temp, high thin clouds. It's not bad.
So
for the start of the year.
we're okay the next 24 hours.
Yes.
What about now? We're in that 7-day window for Turkey Day.
Yeah. Almost, sort of, kind of.
Kind of, sort of,
Well, so
kind of? What
the
do you
7-day
mean?
forecast goes out to Wednesday. So Turkey Day's Thursday. So technically.
What day is today?
The 7-day forecast stops at Wednesday, okay?
All right.
So that's the day before.
Okay.
And so what we're going to, but it does look like we have some rain on both Tuesday and Wednesday, but those are actually the more important days because those are the travel days.
Yeah, you're right.
For a lot of folks that get out there, whether it's on the roads or in the airs, getting the trains, whatever the case may be.
So we might have a little bit of rain Tuesday and
Right.
Wednesday. Is it like a little bit, or is it like it's like
a
okay.
decent little storm on Wednesday for us, as it
Wednesday for
stands
sure?
right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I never say for sure. You know me.
When,
the weather games.
most likely. What about you? Are you
I'm
sticking
saying
ar-
there's a chance.
Are you sticking around? Are you hanging out for Thanksgiving? Where are you going?
I'm actually going. I work through Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then I'm off for a few days after that. Black Friday and then Monday, Tuesday of the next
Ooh,
week.
nice.
So yeah, take a little time, go see some friends up in Maine. Who does that?
Oh,
Who goes to
going
Maine
even colder.
Exactly, because it's not cold enough here, so I might as well go find some snow and maybe some moose, some meese.
Moose. So you and you're getting in the spirit. I know you out. You were out.
Yeah.
You were up late last night.
I was.
What were you doing? What
So-
were you doing? I think we got some video. Mike.
say some
Everyone wants
crazy-
to know what good
What I
time
did
Charlie,
last
good
night?
time Mikey is doing. So
Well,
where were you at, Mike?
I
Let's
can't
go.
resist, a good time Charlie last night. Last night was the opening night for the Radio City Christmas Spectacular out at Rockefeller Center.
Hold on. There we go.
And we're gonna have.
Tyler, we got the video of Mike. It's right there. It's right next to that one to your right.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Down. Yeah,
So
that's the one. There we go. Yeah.
you got that shot in that cool
look
jacket
at that.
of mine.
Look at that.
You see, so there it is. This
So,
is
okay, so
before
where
the
are we at?
show,
Where are we at?
And this is during the show. They got all the classic scenes going on out there. And this is what do they call this? March of the Toy Soldiers, or something like that.
Yes.
And then that gun thing comes out and fires off. It's just such a cool show. If you've never seen the Christmas Spectacular and you live here in the tri-state region, shame on you.
You gotta
Get over
do
there
it.
and check it out.
And it's the 100th
100th anniversary.
Wow. And this was the opening night?
This was opening night last night. They had I think 2 weeks of rehearsals, so to speak, or whatever. But it's, the show's going to go on. But they had, not only was it opening night, but they had a bunch of the alumni Rockettes out in the audience, and they were kind of scattered throughout. And in the beginning, in the opening ceremony, they had a bunch of the Rockettes, and they were all over the place. And I mean, these are Rockettes that may have been from 40, 50 years ago, or whatever the case may be. It was
amazing.
It was pretty impressive. But it's a cool show. They've done a lot of updating with this show. I mean, it still has the classic Rockettes, but they've got
all kinds of stuff,
graphics and so on. It's all throughout the ceiling and drones and all sorts of cool stuff. So
Go check it out.
You got to go check that out if you ever get a chance.
All right, you
It's
got
fired up.
the Mike Wood seal of approval. Mike, thank you so much. And I guess we'll check in with you tomorrow. And you going out tonight, or are you going to get some sleep?
Tonight I'm staying. I'm
you're
gonna do my Taco Tuesday on Thursday, so I'll stay in.
All right, we'll be right back. Jessica Formoso is here. She's got some very interesting information for us about what's going on in the city. Did you hear about that very controversial ICE raid that happened in the city? And we've got some video that we want to show you. We'll be right back.
Most excellent.
All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live. We appreciate you tuning in. Maybe you're watching on the YouTube channel, maybe the Fox Local app. You can see we've got our big board of video here. Video elements from all across the city, definitely down in Washington, D.C., where there is a lot of action. We've got some of our skyline shots, and we want to let you know pretty much everything that we can that's happening around the city. And one thing a lot of people are talking about is the video from this raid. It was an ICE raid, right? It was an immigration raid. And this is something that happened a while ago, but we're just getting some of the first elements of the video. Where did this happen?
Yeah, so it happened last Thursday in Elmhurst,
so last
Queens.
week.
Last week.
Okay.
So last week in Elmhurst, Queens. I mean, the video is disturbing, and we're going to show it to you in just a second. But the gist of the story, what happened here, there's a family in their home, a mom with a 2-year-old and her 12-year-old. There, you can see the mom's in bed. And they barge in. ICE agents barge in with guns drawn, and you can hear the exchange there. Let's take a listen at the video so you guys can hear exactly what went down.
Okay.
You fucking hands up, stupid. Come out here. I got my baby. Come out here. I have my baby. No. Come out here. You fucking hands up, stupid. Come out here. I got my baby. Come out here. I have my baby. No.
Maybe for, I don't know, maybe he was saying something about
I have my baby. I have my kids.
What the something like that. And then she's saying, it's my kids, it's me, it's my baby. And then
One second, I have my baby.
Did they take this woman away?
So they didn't take her away.
Okay.
And, you know, they do barge in. They were told by the Immigration Coalition, the New York Immigration Coalition, who obtained this video and shared the video with us, that they did forcefully pull the woman out of the bed. She was holding her 2-year-old baby in her arms, and you can hear her there saying, my baby's in my arms, my baby's in my arms. According to DHS, which is the Department of Homeland Security, they were looking for someone else. They weren't looking for her. They're saying that they were looking for her cousin. She says her cousin has not lived there for a very long time, for years.
I think this is an interesting part of the video,
This
too. Is that an
NYPD.
It's NYPD.
Yes.
So NYPD pulls up. This is Elmhurst, Queens. Somebody called
911.
the cops, right? Okay, so somebody called the cops to say, look, something's going on.
Yes,
It
they
seems
thought it was
weird.
a robbery.
It thought it was a robbery because a lot of times those immigration officials are wearing
masks.
those masks, and you can't really identify them for good reason, for their safety and all that. But so somebody thinks there's a robbery. The NYPD shows up, and then what happens?
So NYPD shows up. You see the agent, the federal agent, ICE agent, going to the window and pretty much just waves him away, the cop, you know?
So
it's kind
we're
of
here,
like,
this is
yeah, it's
federal
like, this
business,
is federal,
okay.
this is what we're doing, like, and the NYPD, you see them drive away.
Okay.
Afterwards, what happens, and I have to be specific about the timing and how long that clip was, right, that we see them barging in. That was an 18-second clip, and then you see the agents a bit later outside of the home. Now, according to the New York Immigration Coalition, they say that they had the wrong person. The cousin never lived there, but many years ago hasn't lived there since.
Okay.
And they're saying that they showed up without a warrant. As you know, you need a warrant signed by a judge in order to go into someone's home.
And I think we hear from immigration advocates who put out this video. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's see if we can hear what their side and what their take is on this.
Do we have the
From
statement?
her bed with her children in her bed, where they were pointing a gun at her. They yanked her out of the bed in front of her children and then started questioning her, realizing she wasn't the person they were looking for, but that didn't stop them from threatening to come back.
All right, so you heard sort of his description there, and you said,
Yes.
and then the DHS put out a statement as well. I mean, obviously, there's two sides to
It's
this
two
story,
sides
of
to every
course.
story, and of course, we have to report both sides. We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security asking exactly what happened and what went down in this incident. They're telling us that any allegation, I'm reading here word for word, any allegation that ICE officers threatened a woman and her children with a firearm is false. Officers approached the residence and knocked on the door for about 20 minutes, attempting to gain voluntary cooperation to enter. They said there was no response, and that's when the officers, which are trained, lawfully entered the home. But according to the Immigration Coalition and the woman, they say that the agents did not have a warrant. And just so you know, legally, by law, if the agents don't have a signed, valid warrant by a judge, they cannot enter your home.
It's one of those situations where a statement says one thing, video kind of tells a different story. We're not getting the whole entire video, so hard to say one way or the other. Jessica, thank you very much.
Yeah, just but it is disturbing just to see. And like, I know it's only 18 seconds, but the back and forth.
Yeah.
It just really,
for sure,
you're like,
especially for
what
kids
what
that are-
exactly happened? The kids, the mom now also says that her kids are frightened. They haven't
as
left
you
her
can imagine.
side. Somebody barged in
And they
there.
still didn't find the cousin, as far as we know.
And also another point too, they're saying that the cousin does have a criminal record, illegally re-entered the country, some driving issues.
So some serious issues.
So yes, so he,
All right.
they're looking for someone with a record.
All right, Jessica, thank you very much. 10:43. We were talking about this news conference that's in Queens, that's going to be starting in just a few minutes, and so they're getting set up for that.
A bust, right?
Yeah, it's a big bus. One of the biggest busts they've ever had in Queens, maybe the second largest. So that's up on Live View 4, Tyler. I don't know if we can duck into that for just a second, so you can see these are some of the individuals apparently who are involved in the situation. They're getting the news conference set up. We're going to take a quick break as we take a look at some of the evidence, and we'll be right back. We'll be with that news conference. All right, welcome back. It is 10:46. Let's take a look at our big board there. You can see in the second video from the bottom on the left-hand side, that is Live View 4. This is the news conference that's going to start in just a few minutes. It's out in Queens. If we could take it full just for a second, Tyler, you can see they're displaying a handgun here. This was one of several handguns that are out on a table that the Queens DA, Melinda Katz, is going to be talking about in just a few minutes. They have that big board up. Supposed to be one of the largest gang busts that they've ever had in Queens. So we're expecting that that's going to start in just a few minutes. And when it does, we will bring it to you live. First, though, I want to talk about something that happened just before we went on the air. And so we could take a look at this video. This was actually a rescue that happened in Upper Manhattan. This was 171st Street. Have Avenue, I believe, is the address that I have written down here. You can see it's an extensive response from the FDNY, some of those emergency crews who are on scene, and they had to rescue. If you take a close look, there's a guy there who's on a stretcher. So he apparently had fallen into a 15-foot hole of some kind, or had fallen 15 feet. Not sure if he was in a hole or if he was somewhere, and then he fell. Either way, he needed a rescue, and he was stuck there for a little while. So they had this huge response by the FDNY. This is Haven Avenue. Now, when we looked it up, Haven Avenue, this address actually comes back to Bard College, the Haven Towers. that are up there, which are residential towers. So we're just sort of working to get clarification on exactly who was involved and what happened. But the individual in the stretcher does look like someone who it may have been a worker there. You can see he's got that kind of utility vest on. We think he hurt his leg. So this is a situation that unfolded probably at about 9:50. An extensive response from the FDNY. They weren't sure exactly how to help this person at first. Then they were able to sort of navigate around some of the issues that they were dealing with, and they were able to get a handle on it. They pulled him out, and it looks like he's got a leg injury. So that was something that, of course, here at Newsroom Live, because we are able to bring you things as they happen and very quickly, that is a situation we wanted to tell you about. Maybe you won't hear about it in the rest of the day, but our chopper was up flying around, caught a video of that, and here we go. We also wanted to bring you back over to Live View 4 because that is where the Queens District Attorney, that is Melinda Katz, Melinda Katz, who is giving a news conference as we speak right now about the big gang bust that they had. Let's take a listen.
His folks from the Gun Violence Suppression Division, Homicide Squad, 103rd, 105th, 107th, 111th, 113th, and 116th precincts. We're here to announce the indictment of 32 reputed gang members as part of what's called Operation Shadyville. This is the largest single gang takedown in the history of Queens County. It is the second largest gang takedown, which included different gangs, also from this administration, which was about 3 years ago. This is a 97 count indictment against, like I said, the single gang called Badco Ball-Out Gang, which is made up of both self-made Mac ballers and 5-5 neighborhood Crips. We have charged a total of 13 incidents of gunfire, 13 fatal shootings, 2 non-fatal shootings, 8 shots fired incidents that did not strike a person. 14 out of the 32 of the defendants are in fact shooters, and there are 6 individual victims, 3 murdered by gunfire, 1 struck by the car driven by an innocent man who was shot and killed by the gunfire, and 2 non-fatal shooting victims. This violence spanned across the borough of Queens County. It was in Queens Village, Hollis, Jamaica, Fresh Meadows, Kew Garden Hills, St. Albans, and Cambria Heights. Approximately 17 firearms, which you have before you, were seized during this investigation. We allege that these defendants have become the most violent gang in the borough of Queens County, creating fear and violence throughout this borough. The defendants are variously charged with murder, conspiracy, weapons possession, related charges. All have been charged with at least conspiracy in the second degree, face up to 15 years. Others have been charged with conspiracy in the first degree. They face over 25 years to life. 6 of the defendants are charged with the conspiracy in the first degree. Like I said, one of the highest charges available to law enforcement today. 23 of these defendants were apprehended yesterday morning by our partners in the New York City Police Department, while 6 of the other defendants were already incarcerated on other matters. 23 of the defendants were remanded or held on high-dollar bail in court yesterday by Judge Holder and Judge DiBiase. We thank our partners in the judicial system for their efforts. 3 defendants remain unapprehended. 6 will be arraigned at a later date. We allege that the leader of this gang is called Javan Atapuco, who goes by the street name Shady. He was responsible for arming and organizing local teenagers. He also gave permission to gang members to shoot rivals. The group primarily operated from Atapuco's home in Queens Village. And remember that Queens Village is a quiet residential neighborhood. They called it Shadyville. I refuse to give up the neighborhood. It's called Queens Village, where he stored, procured, and distributed firearms. Many of the individuals charged in this indictment live in Queens Village. For the last 4 years, members of Badco gang have been in an ongoing feud with their perceived enemies, Top Op Macballers, 5th Clack, and BG4. The groups are battling for territorial dominance in Southeast Queens, And it was common practice for BADCO members to travel the geographic territories controlled by rival gangs in vehicles, on scooters and bikes, and you know we have a large initiative on the scooters, and they seek out rival gang members to target for shooting. The defendants also called this practice spinning the block. They would seek the rival gang members by spinning the block, and many acts of violence were typically precipitated by taunts on social media. There are also social media provocations meant to lure rivals into BADCO territory so that they may be targeted for the acts of violence. Make no mistake, this group didn't care whether they were shooting in busy intersections, whether they were shooting by schools, playgrounds, or very near residential homes or apartment buildings. After the shooting, it was common for members of the gang to brag about their exploits on music videos posted on YouTube and other social media platforms. There's also a number of daytime shootings associated with BADCO. Think about what the daytime shootings bring. Think about people walking to school, coming from school, seniors going to senior centers, doing your shopping. One defendant's exploits were so well known that his nickname was Broad Day. Broad Day, for the number of broad daylight shootings he participated in. The violence associated with this group is truly staggering. I'm going to highlight a few of those incidents for you. On March 25th, 2022, multiple defendants planned to shoot a rival gang member outside Cardozo High School. Defendant Sean Chang, who was known as Broad Day, went to the school at dismissal time, and he fired multiple rounds from a .380 caliber semi-automatic pistol, and it struck the rival gang member. This shooting happened at 3 p.m. On June 7th.
News conference again. That is the Queens District Attorney. She's talking about a really large gang bust that happened in the Queens area. She said it's second largest in history and the largest for the certain category that they were looking at. 32 people who were arrested and at least 13 fatalities linked to that particular gang bust. So we'll be learning more about that throughout the rest of the day. We'll be keeping track of it. We also wanted to sort of tell you about what's happening in the city, other parts, because the other big story today is what's happening with Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani, and he certainly made headlines yesterday. Let's take a look. We got a New York Post cover. This was yesterday when, there we go, say yes to Jess, say yes to the Jess. That's when Zoran Mamdani approved that, or confirmed that he would be keeping Jessica Tisch on as the police commissioner. On the back page of the New York Post, we got a little Knicks headline, and Knicks had a good game last night. It was a close one. There we go. Landry Shamet hit a couple big three-pointers at the end there. Shamrocks is what it said. And before we sign off, which will be in just a minute or two, wanted to bring you a piece of sound that we heard a little earlier in this broadcast, just in case you did not hear it. But this was Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, confirming that he will be going down to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with President Donald Trump. Let's take a listen to that and why he says he's going to do that.
This shooting...
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Everyone set? Good? All right. I will be heading to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with President Trump in the White House. It is customary for an incoming mayor of this city to meet with the White House, given the mutual reliance. It's more critical than ever, given the national crisis of affordability, one that New Yorkers know very well across these 5 boroughs, and the specific challenge many cities are facing with balancing public safety against steps taken by this administration. I know that for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, this meeting is between 2 very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis that makes it impossible for working people to afford living in this city. My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I have many disagreements with the president, and I believe that we should be relentless and pursue all avenues and all meetings that could make our city affordable for every single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so. Thank you.
All right, let's start with Marsha right here.
That was Zoran Mamdani speaking before at City Hall Park. You can see City Hall is in the background there, confirming that he will be heading down to Washington, D.C., confirming he will be doing that tomorrow. We could take a look at ELC2, something else that is happening in the country right now. This is the funeral for Dick Cheney, former Vice President Dick Cheney. You can see former President George W. Bush, his wife Laura Bush, former President Joe Biden, his wife Jill Biden, former Vice President and presidential nominee Kamala Harris, former Vice President Mike Pence, and his wife Karen Pence. You can see they are in the front row this morning paying their respects to former Vice President Dick Cheney. That is something you can also stream live on our YouTube channel if it is something that you would like to keep track of. And one of the things that we are streaming on our YouTube channel. So you can always go ahead and keep track of that, watch it, listen, and see what we're doing all throughout the city. We could take a live look at, let's see, where are we going to go? You want to go to Times Square? You want to go to Brooklyn? Where are we going to go? There we go, Times Square. A beautiful view of our city. It's a nice, crisp day out there today. Hey, you got Thanksgiving plans already? Maybe you do. Maybe you're just sort of counting down the days until you can get out of here next week. We hope you have a good day no matter what you are doing. Thank you so much for tuning in to Newsroom Live. We'll try to check you out tomorrow. If you can't stay with us, certainly watch the noon, the 6, the 5, the 4, the 10. We got, anytime you want to turn on Channel 5, either our streaming channel or here at Fox 5, there's a good chance that we got some news to bring you. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks for watching Fox 5's Newsroom Live. We're now joining Live Now's non-stop stream of live